as we are once again alive upon the internet. Yeah, we are indeed alive upon this internet. And in this internet too, and I set it to that. Actually, I didn't change the title there. That's fine. Change the Twitch title, forgot the YouTube title, but that's fine. That should not be a major issue. Let's briefly check as well. Does this work? Yep, that's the right browser. That's the right thingy. Let's already put this up here-ish, and then put this like here-ish for this one. Yep, that looks about right. Yay. Select that. And yeah, actually I was gonna do a thing, and I was doing that, and then I kind of got sidetracked. We're gonna add in the shotgun one into here, actually, because it belongs here. So we're gonna do that, put that here, take this away. So copy that over, put that here, and Hunter's Fury shotgun. There we go. What's that? That is totally a recommended build, because with the SMG variant, which actually, to which one does it link? It links to the generic one, right? Yeah. And this one links to 412, the shotgun one, which we're going to showcase in a little bit. And yeah, Umbra, I feel I need to like put somewhere else. I like Umbra, but it's not equivalent. We'll eventually just showcase it, and then we'll talk about it then. But yeah, we've added a build to the recommended build list. Feel I need to also make an LMG striker and add that to the recommended striker list.
Safe area entered.
At some point. As yeah, we're loading into this character. Take away the directives for now. I want to actually briefly go have a look, because I have an area in mind. We used it recently for the intro, which is in New York. But I'm not sure if we have access to that area always, so let's go find out. Otherwise, we can force entry to that area, but that would take some time to set up. But if we have to, we can use that as well as our like warm-up, because I do need a warm-up.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Oh no, hey there, infamous. Oh no, even Botrix is being polite today, and wait, actually, so how fast does this fill up? Why isn't it filling up at all? That's weird, right? Oh, now it's going.
Charge compromised. Charge transfer.
There you go. Holy. 1.7 on one pellet, okay. Yeah, I think they've increased the power of this thing quite a bit as well.
Detected. Nearby location guarded by hostiles.
But yeah, I wanna maybe use the end zone of the supermarket, like the underground supermarket here thingy that we also had with the recent manhunts, of course. But I'm unsure if it's always accessible actually, or if we need to have it be during a bounty. Well, no here likely. Oh wait, this character has never done this side mission. Okay. Because, yeah, this is, of course, an optional side mission, so they've never done it. Well. Guess we'll use something else then. Is that a few others in mind? Also, my S button is kind of broken again. If I feel to wiggle it till it like maybe helps. That helped. Yeah. Because I was thinking otherwise Summit Lobby and looking up might be a goodish place. We haven't used Summit Lobby yet. I think I'll do that then. Because yeah, otherwise, But you know what? Let's swap character real briefly. And come back here. I just want to know the answer to this as well, though. Because if it is, I could do some shenanigans to get to that point. Briefly as well, gonna check actually if I've spent the resources for the SHD requisition. I haven't done it on character 1 and 4. Let's see if character 3 has it done as well.
Safe area entered.
Likely not, if that is. Right. Let's go to 2 then, because that's the last one, and we'll take him to New York and check that location. Because I could always grab somebody else's world. I can even do that myself, with myself, basically. By loading in an alt. Could I explain what SHD Expose does? Well, it's basically when you are you gather aggro off of enemies, in effect, and okay, this one has. Once that fills up, you can do a cover to cover to do that pulse effect kind of thing. That will put a debuff on enemies within range, or you can melee them beforehand, putting a partial debuff onto enemies. And that debuff is pretty strong, and will kill them and murder them. You can actually turn it on here, but also if you want, there is actually on my YouTube channel. It's gonna go find the direct link, but I'll be lazy here for a second. It is if you just search on the YouTube channel or go into the playlist, and in the only tips playlist of each global event there is a video. So explaining it a little bit more in depth, and the damage is dependent on the enemy's veterancy. So reds take a lot more damage, purples take quite a bit more damage, and elites still take a little bit more damage, and names basically don't take any more damage. But yeah, the only tips for that one is, it's just gotten stronger. Mechanically, not much has changed. So that video is still accurate.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
It's just a billion times stronger. But what it ends up being basically is once you hear that ping of like that you have full charge, you just do a quick cover to cover, transfer it to the enemies, and enjoy a nice big fat buff. And you murder them all. And one of the nice things with it is it's a debuff on the enemy, so skill builds and stuff like get it as well. It's not like a fire rate buff that doesn't apply for like eclipses and certain drones and stuff. Everybody benefits, and it's also group wide. It's not just you, so it's a debuff on the enemy. So as long as they've been debuffed, they take more damage. And I basically actually said all of the things of that video, but you can watch the video as well, just in case I forgot something, because I might have. Wait, this is this. Wait. I should just go to the endpoint, if the endpoint is available, because the endpoint is here, right? Is this the one for the hunters? No, because it needs that. No, that's a few streets north here. Oh wait, normally the entry is here actually. This is the entry. Okay, so this is available. Maybe I'll do that then. Because if the entry is available, the exit should be available as well. Could have gone from the exit side, that would have been so much faster. Actually. That doesn't look too bad either, actually, for a scene. But yeah, I wanted to do it here-ish. Looks kind of coolish. So now the question becomes, how do I get that character here? Let's boot up the alt then. I'll be right back. As I'm booting up my systems. We'll just... Because annoyingly, it's also the final room in this encounter, so... Like, I can't. If it was an earlier room, could have just gone into it and gotten this far and then just, you know, noped out. But yeah, while that system is booting up, let's take this guy back to Haven. And I'll log in that system. Hopefully it doesn't need any patching or anything. Also, let's finish up setting this PC. No, thank you. Let's not finish up setting. I always hate that thing with Windows. It pisses me off. Because all of it, like, just all of it is trying to do is just annoy me specifically, it seems. Why aren't you connecting? Let's try that again. No. You were just being silly. Okay. Because I'm just remote controlling it now. Ubisoft Connect. We're waiting for that to boot up. Let's grab that requisition here. Unlikely we'll jump into the build showcase pretty quickly. And yeah, definitely wanna run a bunch of things for it. Definitely want to run some summits. I think I'll start there with Memento. I feel that's a good combo. Then maybe doing some bounties with the Bloodsucker variant. And then a mission with just the Adrenaline Rush variant. I feel that is like, it's what I kind of have in my head of wanting to do. So, skip.
Thanks for the trade.
Let's go back to character number 4. We might also actually even use this because we'll have the option of yeah, let's actually do that. Update. Oh no. Hopefully Oh, is this? I didn't download the 20.1 on that laptop?
Entering
That would
safe
make
area.
sense. That's fine though. Well, we're waiting for that. What is my checkpoint on Summit? 91. Okay. I'm almost considering taking it to like 96. And then maybe doing the hunters, but also I don't want to. The later floors, especially 96 to 99, it just take so long. Because it's very likely to spawn annoying, very annoying things for you. Invaded stronghold on hard or higher. The invaded is DOA, right? This week. Jefferson Plaza. You know what? Let's go maybe do that. Because what is the target that's here? Oh yeah, they were horrendous, right? That was the thing. Actually, title would count for invaded stronghold. Now that you can skip the rest. That's not a bad idea. But you know what? Let's go do Jefferson Plaza with this build and just warm up with it. Use that as our actual warm up. As that is the season pass project. Well, let's not take directives.
We need to prevent True Sons from using the metro to transport chemical weapons. So start by disabling any operational
I haven't really done any missions with
Those
this.
munitions be distributed.
What is
saw what they
the
did
global
to me.
event on? I do want that on. That's actually, yeah. More so to also kind of mess with this. So I don't solo missions much. Not my shtick.
Engaging target. Fucking neighborhood.
Let me see how fast we can get.
Stay right there.
Agent charge compromised.
So whenever you finish the cover, yeah, it's charging up so fast now. It will do that pulse. It's also a disrupt, so it's actually, especially with like this, where we have a bunch of rats, it staggers all of them because they get disrupted and then they get staggered by that. Also, I think, hoping the mic doesn't pick that up. It shouldn't. It should just be noise cancel that. One of my neighbors is having a party. I hear now, in the distance. Although mostly I felt it there, as likely somebody was jumping up and down. Anyway. Kill those things. No stars. Hey, I got some stars. There we go. That's how you get stars in the glove line. Hi, I've come to shoot off your face. Hope you don't mind. Hope you weren't doing something with your... They spawned behind me? Really?
Charge compromised.
Because usually they spawn in front of you. And this very much is a build about just making it 1 versus 1s. The second the enemy in front of me is just a red or a purple, they're dead. Because I will... the first shot I'll put on them will be already... poison, which will stagger them. If they survive that, the second shot they'll get...
May have eyes on Wilson.
well, if they survive to the third shot, they'll get...
We need to terminate this son of a bitch. There's no direct route from your position.
They'll get disoriented.
And into the mall.
They're around somebody else that gets killed. They'll get disoriented. If they make it all the way to 6 shots, they'll get shocked. And Scorpio is way too powerful, basically. Is the takeaway there. I'll keep that 10 headshots. We'll add it into... Although likely it needs to go to a different character. Let's add some bleed rounds to this as well. Why not? In the background, let me boot up the game on that other one. Update has been completed.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Get the munitions. We gotta secure the ordnance.
And
Negative.
instead I can't slide in.
Compromised.
Actually, yeah, we'll use it for the intro as well, because you can use the new apparel things. We'll put a Scorpio on it. We'll kind of make it look good. I should have actually thought of that. Because one of the nice things is if you have like 2 accounts, we can, or like an extra person works as well, of course. They can take a model for you while you're in photo mode. Because when you're in photo mode, you can't aim. There are ways of actually forcing your character to aim. I always forget. I have to actually look that up again. Heavy up there, game. Oh, he blew himself up.
Agent charge compromised.
And they've increased the range of this thing. This used to be a very small pulse. But, you know, it's been working out. It's now a much bigger pulse. Sir, could you, like... But yeah, basically, veterancy matters a lot for it. But you can also just transfer with melee.
Exposed to melee.
Wait, why is the melee so much... What? Does it add to melee damage now? Did it add to melee damage? I don't think it added to melee damage. Now it does? Why did that man die for me just punching? Because that's actually annoying because... Sir, would you like some complimentary flames? Sir. At least you're showing yourself now. Keep forgetting how few enemies spawn solo. It's a little bit silly, I feel. Oh man, if this was rate of fire or crit chance, or even better if that was fast stance. Killer isn't worth it. And hey there, good afternoon. I'm from California. What are the chances we get the same directives in open world as we do in the summit? What do you mean? Oh, that's what you mean. So that we can basically pick freely. They should. I wonder if they will do that. On their end, from knowing how to, knowing a little how the directives work behind the scene, it's a different system that is working in Summit. But I could totally bring that over to open world. It would be a little bit OP though in the open world. Because if we could have 10 directives in the open world, yeah. But there's ways of balancing that, of course. What I would hope they would do, which is a lot easier, is rotate more often. That would be really nice. So instead of per season, as they have it now, do it every week. Why not? That'll be like instantly implementable, I feel. Because then we just load in the week and go like, hey, what directives is it this week? You know, stuff like that. But yeah, the 10 directive system, I mean, they totally could. But the thing is, with it as well, so now we have 5 directives, locks you into a bunch of directives that you wouldn't like.
Toxic detected. Contamination.
If you, although, well, they've fixed stuff like no regen, right? So that's the right way of doing it, is just fixing them and making them all kind of to the same power level. And
Charge exposed.
Because it would need to be that, yeah, you can kind of maybe pick out of, you have to pick one of the armor ones or something. Or they need to redo the XPs. Which I wouldn't think they would want to do, but the thing is, most people would pick the most easy ones the whole time. Because if I can pick between fragile armor and no regen and hard to earn. Now in the past, it would no regen would be like instant. Now that they've fixed it, I would actually pick hard to earn and have builds that, you know, can get special ammo to trigger often and fast, and then, or like just use the right specializations. Because especially something like this firewall is getting a lot more special ammo than most other like reds. So.
Vital signs critical.
I'm playing super aggressive. I'm also not doing the global event much. Actually, I should be paying more attention to that. By doing this.
Activated charge transfer. Charge compromised.
1.7s per pellet. Okay.
I'll send in a team to dismantle the rest of that crap once you've cleared the site.
That's a lot. Let's go find Captain Wilson. Hey, another star. Hey, I got another star. No, it's justified by like all the choices. Yeah, I mean, they hopefully they will choose to do something like that. But the thing is, everybody would pick the same ones. At least one thing that I would say is kind of nice with them picking, kind of like with the rotation in Descent. It does force you to do other things. Because otherwise you would always pick the same ones that are easy to deal with.
Serious trauma detected.
But even they should just, yeah, I would love for them to just rotate it more often. So we're not stuck for a whole season in a set if you don't like it. Because some are objectively easier to deal with than others. Especially for like general builds. The pool skills is, for like red builds, so much more of a detriment than the skill pickup things that we have now.
Die, division asshole.
Oh, no third wave? Okay. Anyway, I'm just warming up here. As we were waiting for the other system to boot up and update. Because I wasn't planning on using it, but and I remembered that I need someone else's world. I could have just gassed someone, but I was like, you know what, let's then get that system in here and we'll use it to get some
Contaminated area.
cool looking shots of the Scorpio.
I need you dead.
What about KI?
Charge exposed.
Come on out. Oh, more. Got about more. Hi, forgot about you. Which is very dangerous because I might die
Medical
here.
assistance needed.
That's fine now.
Signs 0.
Forgot about the mortar totally. I left, but
Entering contaminated area.
we have a checkpoint at the boss fight, so.
Leaving contaminated area.
I'm so used to not caring about that mortar because it's usually not my problem to solve. As the Eclipse player that I usually am in this fight. Oh. Okay, I need to kill one of the doors and then so I can focus on the other.
Agent charge compromised.
Can I cover to cover do something?
Charge transfer initiated.
It.
Wilson, come on down and get your prize, which is my shotgun to your face. Actually took more shots than I thought. There we go. 1,000 times cleaner.
No
See,
more
first try.
Great work. Wilson's unit is out of action, and you've crippled.
The
true
report
Sons
will
with
say
efforts.
first try.
Also, Kelso just reported in to confirm the survivors from the castle settlement.
Wait, didn't you die?
The
Shh.
rooftop settlement. There's no one doing what happened to them.
No one needs to know.
At least you've made sure it won't happen to anyone else.
Nobody saw. There's absolutely no proof of that. And hey there, Ramrad. So what is the goal after level 40? The game starts at level 40, basically. Oh, well, after SHG levels, really. Once you've... Assuming that with 40 you mean, you know, you have defeated our great enemy in a rogue agent. You have liberated liberty. If you have done so, then yeah, you're at the point where basically the game starts, and there's a lot to do. That includes getting some builds together, just messing about with all of the... Because build making to me is the end game, but to a lot of others it's also just, you know, it's an enjoyable game. And it's a good shooter, so just playing it is already fun, I think, you know. But you want to start working on getting your blueprints, starting on getting your builds together, using those builds to get even more builds. There's a global event on, for instance, now that changes up the gameplay a little bit, and you may want to go and get these challenges done. There's a season, 100 levels of season, with a reward track tied to it as well. Next week we'll have manhunts and leagues, and like stuff comes up basically in the seasons. You know, and leveling. There is this big ass level, SHD level, and you can kind of. It is technically it. Well, no, it's colloquially unlimited. Technically, it is likely, you know. It is an integer likely, so it's likely like 2 billion or something. It is a. They're not going to make it an infinite number, in like trueness, but yeah. But yeah, basically, the game starts at that. The rest of it was the brief tutorial. Usually we say getting up to 1k SHE level is like the real tutorial. and then you go from there. Oh, did they fix the cover-to-cover mechanic? Oh, it would not proc for me. It is still wonky. They haven't fixed that movement thing, because there's also still this like this animation just like looks weird. It's just, I don't know what it is, but yeah, there's the cover to cover is still somewhat janky, but it doesn't matter. The global event is so powerful that it just, you know, you just burn through it. As I'm loading in my alt there. Once they are loaded in, or my alt account, I'm gonna send them to New York and then fast travel and then join them. Well, keep in mind that, yeah, 1k SHD still also takes a while, but it's all, I mean, it's also just jokingly said as that. But most people enjoy the game enough to stick around, and you just find yourself, you know, you have a there is a whole plate, or there's a whole buffet. Fill up your plate with each time a little bit of the game. With, you know, some countdown, some summit, just open world, some descent. You know, see about maybe getting into a clan and into raiding and incursions and stuff like that, and then just, you know, have a little bit of a taste of everything, and then eventually, you know, you'll know what you like. And some people do the same thing over and over. I'm very much of like, you know, yesterday we did a bunch of descent or countdowns. earlier this afternoon, I did some descent. Here, I'm gonna go and do some summit in a little bit and some open world. As I'm gonna, it's they're loaded in. I'm gonna. This IKEA is gonna join on this other IKEA, as I need their world for the thing I'm doing. Nice, yeah. 20k indeed.
Area detected.
Well worth getting to. As somebody who it's not that recent anymore. It was like the 10th of this month. I got to 20k. Although, well, I've got some alts as well. So technically, I've been over 20k if you add them together. If it's additive, if they're multiplicative, it's different. But yeah, my alts also 6.2. Yeah, 6225. Why am I running from here? Is it? Oh no, so yeah, the exit is here, right? Yeah, so let's go from here. I hear Strikers is the way to go. You have not heard incorrectly. Strikers is very much a build that you can go for to start off with, and very recommended. That's why I'm also linking there the recommended build list. That is my recommended build list that has some, goes to the build collection somewhat as well. And yeah, in there is, hey, we have this. Actually, will this work? Because on my other character is actually showing the global event disabled, and then for this character it's showing it enabled. What is it showing here? Okay, what is it showing actually on that character? As I'm curious. But yeah, the recommended build list has a bunch of, as you may imagine, a bunch of recommended builds. Okay, so yeah, this bug is back. Be aware of that. Although, well, yeah. Be sure that the leader has set their... It's just visual, really. Because, yeah, the global event, it's acting as if it's active, but it's actually not. Let's actually turn it active. It's gonna reset me, that's why I'm just wandering. But yeah, as you see at the top of it as well, there's it's mostly Strikers at the start of it. And yeah, Strikers is very easy to put together, and it's really powerful. So it's a good starter build. And then from that, you can go into the other builds. You can, once you have one good build together, you can use that to do other stuff.
Hostile broadcast detected.
As usually the recommendation, get one good build together. Strikers can be that one good build very easily and very quickly. Just a few hours of farming countdown on challenging, which is one of the better places to go farming for gear. So you can just matchmake for challenging countdowns. You can set your own targeted there, and it drops a lot of loot. It's not great for XP, but it is pretty good for loot. So a few runs of that will get you a decent-ish enough build together, and then you can use that to make it even better, or go and, you know, start maybe getting into some other builds. For instance, a Hunter's Fury, as we're going to build showcase in a little bit. Wait, there's enemies down here? Why? Why are you guys down here? Why am I down here? Well, I'm down here because I want to be down here, but why are you guys down here? Because yeah, I'm gonna use this as like a backdrop. Kind of like the look of this place. I was reminded by the recent manhunt, of course. The lighting is kind of nice. So yeah, what we're gonna do is fast travel this one over. And let me catch up to here as well. Oh no, hey there, Coco and Cairo. Currently grinding coyotes for my build right now. Yeah, that is having zero luck. Well, you'll get it eventually. It's it definitely is available from all sources, really. doing some countdowns with masks set, or even doing Jefferson, although the drop rate for Jefferson is like a little bit slower, or like it will likely take you longer, but it can be nice for variety. Yeah, apparel. So we'll take the Johnson outfit. As I'm trying to control, yeah, let me actually bring up this again. I'm trying to control it from all the way over there. We'll equip on them actually their Hunter's Fury, just so it looks kind of the same. Although, wait, I'm not used to controller, so I'm kind of, oh yeah, it's long press start, right? What is loadouts? Left trigger. Okay, let's put them in this nice carpet. Yeah. That's fine. I don't care about that system, of course. Yeah. Could put them here-ish. It's kind of dark in here is the downside. We can brighten it up though. That's not a huge issue. Yeah, let's do this then, because we'll do drag off. Let's put, I always forget what that 1-1 is. That's not it. There's like this one big helmet. There we go. That one kind of looks Dragov-y, right? And or a surrender. It's likely one of the green ones, right? Yeah. So we can use that. So into this, let's do. I need this to be this. Okay, does this still work? Yeah. Okay. So let's hide that underneath the browser so I don't have to accidentally hit it. Okay, there we go. Oh, god damn it. We can do it like this, right? Yeah. That's the way to do it. Wait, did it deselect the game again? Okay, that works. There we go, that works. So let's place this a little bit better then. Because I kind of like this view. But yeah, let's place. It's so dark in here. There we go. I'll do it like that. Is it smoothbore? It should be smoothbore, right? Or shotgun. Yeah, let me catch up on the last of here. Yeah, no worries, Kyra. And thanks for poking in. Was doing Summit, but no luck. Started farming Jefferson. Okay. Try Countdown as well if you haven't yet. Mostly because on Countdown, you'll it's not the best drop rate. It still might drop though, and you'll also earn towards requisitions, the requisition resource thingies. What are they called? What we call the Countdown coins usually. And you can buy exotic caches with those as well. It is a very low chance that you'll get a coyote out of them, but you'll still get, you know, an exotic, and it might be the coyote. Might be other useful stuff. And if nothing else, it might give you a component to re-roll it if you have to. Yeah, so don't hate this. Because we're going to kind of wee and then it's a little bit overkill, I feel, for what we're doing, but it's fine. Let's aim for the head. There we go. And yeah, let's first actually let me make a folder for this. As that is what I forgot to do, of course. Also, good thing we checked that the hard drive is pulled up because it wasn't. So, new folder 2402 27, right? Yeah. HF Shotty showcase. Oh, I did 01. That's not the right month. 02. There we go. Let's grab a description file and a thumbnail file for it. Put that here. Sort by name. Let's already call this HF Shotty. Okay, let's already open up the description file. And delete a bunch of stuff out of there. Basically grabbing the description file that I used for the negotiator one. And let me already grab these links because I always forget and then I have to go back, find them. So this is the calculation sheet we're going to use. This is the build we're going to use. And that's the build collection. Yeah. Let's file save. There we go. So that's all prepped. And I'm basically ready for an intro. Yeah, so let's do one test recording that we know it actually triggers and that I have my hotkeys set up correctly. And it is actually this one where we're going to, and then that one, that needs to be the build collection. And yeah, for those that haven't seen it before, I'm basically recording segments. This is going to become a YouTube video later on as well. Stitch them all together. And I'm going to be addressing the camera, of course, here and there. And we'll, yeah, set up and then basically do a few. Sometimes I need a few takes as I'll mumble through some stuff. But yeah, let's start with the first take and then we'll go from there. And basically I'm recording everything together just because I'm lazy. So I can just put it all in together in one go and use the OBS settings for audio and such as well because I like them and I don't want to like fix that up again in my video editing software. So yeah, I think this is maybe a good spot to start and then we'll just rotate around. Yeah, let's try a take. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, we're going to have a build showcase on the yeah, no, let's try it again. It's on yeah, that's the mumbles. Yeah, I don't mind the us indeed, but it was I was stuck on if I want to say Hunter's Fury shotgun build or on the Hunter's Fury shotgun build. But yeah, it's not the Hunter. It's a Hunter. We'll go again. That's it. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, we're going to have a build showcase on a Hunter's Fury shotgun build, as Intimidate has been changed quite recently, and that has made Hunter's Fury with shotguns very viable again, as hunters, as shotguns, especially. I got focused on doing the rotation there, and I just like completely lost my train of thought. Take 3, first take, right? Take number 1 again. Each one is take number 1. So, yeah. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, we're going to have a build showcase on a Hunter's Fury with shotgun, as we've already done one with SMGs, and this one's with shotgun has recently been changed, as Intimidate has gotten some changes to it, and has made it very viable again, especially for shotguns, as shotguns, for the longest of time, didn't have a good talent to be used with them on Hunter's Fury. We have that now again in Intimidate, as it is very powerful. And we're going to go through several slight modifications on it, because with Intimidate, we can go several different backpacks, and we're basically going to hit all of them. Actually, well, we're going to hit 3 of them out of the 5, but the important ones, I feel. And especially for solo play, this is a very powerful build, very easy to put together, and yeah, very powerful now again, after a while. So yeah, let's jump right into the build layout. Still need a different tape because I totally forgot one step, which is to introduce the build collection. You know, that thing that kind of is important. That one is fine because I could always just like we could do a segment. Let's just try to get in one go. Also, I fumbled over multiple like transitions between stuff. Let's try again. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, we're going to have a build showcase on a Hunter's Fury with shotguns, as with the recent patch, Intimidate has gotten a very big change to it that has made it viable again for shotguns, as shotguns, especially on Hunter's Fury, for the longest of times, didn't really have a good talent, and with Intimidate's changes, it has actually become very viable and very effective. As always, with build showcases, I'll be making extensive use of the build collection and a build picture from there. We're going to go over several variants. We're going to use 3 different backpack talents to trigger Intimidate with, as I think those are the preferred ones, even though there are a few other ways you could do it as well. And as always, of course, with build showcases, everything will be timestamped down below and linked as well, so you can jump around. It's going to be in 2 chapters. In the first chapter, we'll go over the build picture and its layout and how I set up mine. And in a second chapter, we'll go into the gameplay, and I will try to give you my best insights into how to play one. And we'll take it into some summits, some bounties, and some missions, and play around with it. So yeah, let's jump into discussing the build. Yeah, that's fine. I feel I hit all the things, even though it was a little bit. That one. We're picking that one. Oh, what? No. Go there. So I'm trying to move. So that was a length of 1 minute 20. My intros are longer than shorts for most people. So, like, yeah, let's go put this lady up into here because we're gonna have her be in my backdrop now. Actually, sure, that way. Trying to control one character to the view through the viewpoint of a different one. We'll just have her in the background there, caroling. I think that is a. Kind of want to stand on this carpet. I kind of like this underground here. And yeah, we'll cover her up with that, but we'll start off with this. I think. Oh, actually, you guys can't see that, of course, because I'm on that. Yeah. So, let's see if this is working, but we'll go to this much later. Actually, we'll do that as its own separate segment, basically. As I've been doing recently. Yeah. So we'll start with this, and then do like this, and then bring this up. There we go. Should I mod all of these with 12s? Nah, fuck it. You know what? I do want one thing though. I'm gonna go get that real quick. Can always fast travel back to this other character that is staying there. So I want my grade 20 Scorpio. Because if we're gonna, you know, act the fool, might as well act the total fool. That's grade 25 one. Even worse. Yeah, we still need to put that. It's ever not like not funny. Where is it actually? Wait, did they change it or is it no? What? It was in the clipboard was showing in the map, like it usually does. But maybe yeah, it's fine. We'll set it up like this. Okay, I want her on the carpet because that looks good. Yeah. God damn it. You know what? If we're gonna act cool, there's one other one that I need. But if we're getting a grade 25 Scorpio, there is one weapon to pair this with, and we shall enforce that choice. Because I was thinking of like, what do I put as the secondary there? Because what actually makes sense is having maybe like the mop there, but you know what? We'll put the enforcer there. I won't use. I might actually use it in some combat, but mostly just to annoy people. Because yeah, for those wondering what the enforcer is, then see that it shows up there. It's showing the clipboard floating in the open world there. Oh, it only does it when you're in a shared space. I think that's the. Because yeah, technically I'm in the shared space. So yeah, we'll have this enforcer here, just to annoy people that can't get it. Because yeah, the enforcer is ungettable, except from if you had pre-ordered Wony at the time, which is a dick move still. They need to kind of fix that. My first Swedish streamer. Well, I hate to disappoint, but I don't do the Bjork. Do you happen to have a raid guide or a recommendation you could refer me to? So I personally don't have a raid guide. I'm not much of a raider. But if you go especially, well, actually I can link it. It might be a little bit outdated, but it will have good info to start with. This one, because I'll link to, I'll bring that up in a second as well. Instead of copy, I paste it to the, actually I can bring that up here, of course, as well. The gear spreadsheet, or the Discord spreadsheet, as we often call it. I'll put it in both of them. In here, there is both a raid thingy, but that's kind of, it's not outdated really, but oh no, actually they, okay, there's a new one. Okay, I hadn't seen there was a new one. But yeah, the raid builds are in here, although, oh, it took out, okay, yeah, this is a different one than I remembered. But there's also, was there a raid guide in here? I remember there being a raid guide in here somewhere, but likely, oh yeah, here, this. So raid guides. But these are a little bit old because the tactics kind of change, and usually watching a video on it is best, and I don't have a videos on them, so. But you could, yeah, try to find some recent ones, basically, is the best I can give you. But at least for builds, yeah, you can have a look through that list of Rossi builds. And yeah, basically looking up a video or two, because the tactics change a lot. Also, basically, when you go and do it, just listen to your raid leader. It's handy to have watched a video on it, so you kind of aren't surprised by anything, that you've seen all of the, like, what's going to happen. But most of the time, yeah, the raid leader will give you just roles to do that. Just are usually the simpler ones for like first time raiders. Yeah, let's jump into this. Yeah, so I'm gonna start with the gear sets, talk through that, then the chest backpack brands, then the chest talent, backpack talent, skills, weapons, and then specialization. So let's go that order. So yeah, we go these four, then this, then this, then the skills, then the weapons, and then the spec. Okay. Let's go. Let's see if I can one take wonder this. How long have we been going? Okay, so I was checking if the battery is maybe close to death, but it isn't. We've been going for an hour-ish, so that should be fine. Yeah. What sentence did I end it on? Likely with let's jump right in. That's what I jump into discussing the build. Jump into the discussing the build, I guess. So. And this is that build. That's what I'm going to start with. Let's go. Here's not the same. Well, the Swedish J. It's yeah. Actually, what? Trying to think of how this. Because yeah, actually to actually give it away, yeah, no, I'm actually not Swedish, but I can totally get that. But yeah, my accent is just a mishmash of the entire universe, not even the world, the entire universe. Yeah, let's go. Yeah. And here's the build as we'll be discussing it. Let's start. Let's try again, right? Screw that one. Here, let me put that other file in the folder. So if we do multiple takes here, As I fumbled over the first few words, you know, you might as well just restart then. Like, run's dead, just start again. And here's the build as we'll be discussing it today. It is, of course, yeah, Hunter's Fury with some shotguns, and that has been made possible with some changes to recent talents. Let's start off by discussing Hunter's Fury, and Hunter's Fury is a really great gear set which at 2 pieces gives some shotgun or SMG damage. Here, of course, we'll be using the shotgun damage especially. On its 3-piece, it has 20% armor and kill, and it's recently reduced health on kill to 50%, although that's really not an issue. That hasn't really affected the build. On 4 pieces, we have the actual mechanic of Hunter's Fury, which is that enemies within 15 meters will have a debuff above their head. That debuff will amplify your weapon damage against them by 20%. This is actually your actual weapon damage amplifying against them, so it is not for skills and such. And you will basically have a 20% amp against enemies that are marked above their head. And that mark is very powerful, not only because of its 20% amp, it is also very powerful for vision, because nothing within 15 meters can really hide from you, because they'll have the mark above their head and you will easily see where they are. There is no guessing of like, where is this guy? Once you get within 15 meters, you'll know where that guy is. Also, there is a mechanic for CCing with it, which is that killing a debuffed enemy with your weapon disorients other enemies within 5 meters. If you were to use the backpack of Hunter's Fury, you would actually increase this to 10 meters radius, but you really don't want to do that. Well, this is a nice secondary feature to have, as especially if you're standing in front of a big group. If you kill one of them, you basically disorient everyone around them. That is quite handy and will save you quite often. It isn't all, but it isn't worth giving up a backpack talent for to make it larger, not unless you're doing it for other reasons, really. And also there is a tertiary stacking buff, which is that and amplifies weapon damage by 5% for 10 seconds. So this is a stacking buff, stacking up to 5 times for every kill. It has a duration of 10 seconds. It refreshes within that 10 seconds if you get a second kill, so you can stack it up to this 5 times. And there is actually an oddity with this one. This isn't 5 stacks of 5 being 25% amp when it is complete. It is actually self-multiplicative, and it's one of the few self-multiplicatives that exist in the game. We'll actually see the one other one in a second in Intimidate, and that means that this is 5 stacks of 1.05 multiplying against each other, meaning that we reach a quite a bit higher number, and we'll go into some calculations later on where we'll see the exact number. And yeah, Hunter's Fury, you want to go with the 4 pieces. You want to avoid having either the chest and the backpack usually. The backpack increases the range of the disorients. The chest increases the length that this weapon damage buff will stay active to 30 seconds, which is actually pretty powerful, but isn't as powerful as a chest talent can be. So we're going with 4 pieces on the mask, the gloves, the knee pad, and the holster, avoiding the chest and backpack because we want other talents there. Brand-wise, for the other 2 pieces, we're of course going with Cheska and Grupo. In this build, where we're using it with shotguns, we don't have the SMG bonuses to crit chance, so we do need the Cheska. We also actually need several rolls and maybe even mods to be towards crit chance so that we land on a high enough crit chance that it's worth it, and we'll see in the build picture in a second what that ends up being. Cheska and Grupo together are really great brand bonuses. You could go actually nowadays with other things as well, like Palisade that has come in with this season, giving up this 15 crit damage for 10% armor on kill, which will add to this 20% that you already have from Hunter's Fury, can actually be a decent choice. You give up a little bit of damage for that, and actually in the calculations again as well, we'll go into that option if you were to go it, and it's just below 5% basically. That is well worth giving up, this group of 4. But of course that if you want to keep it full red, as we have it here, that would mean that you're going after a unicorn piece, but you could keep the blue core. Then we come to the talents, and it's especially the rework of Intimidate that has come in with this season that has really made shotguns really viable again. Shotguns were kind of not working well with any of the talents that we had. You could try to go flatline. That is one of my attempts that I did. You could go double companion, as while the double companion for a little while was broken, was very worth it, but afterwards not so much. Now Intimidate being back from the dead, as it was, has made it a very viable choice for shotguns and even SMGs, but especially giving shotguns a chance again. And the change that they made is that Intimidate itself is, while you have bonus armor, you gain 1 stack each second up to a max of 9. This used to be 1 stack up to a max of 7, and then 1 stack per second. It has now been changed to 3 stacks per second. Each stack gives weapon damage, but increases weapon damage, as it says here. Again, a misnomer, as we quite often get annoyed by in build showcases with, as this is an amp, as this is a separate amp, not additive to anything else. It is also the other self-multiplicative. So in this build, we have both self-multiplicatives, which are basically meaning that it is 1.04 to the power of 9, basically, for this buff at full stacks, which means that, yeah, it isn't a 9 times 4. It is actually a much higher number, and we'll see in the calculations that it lands up around 42% once it's maxed out. There is some conditionality more so than even that bonus armor that is to enemies within 10 meters. This within 10 meters is kind of an annoyance, something you'll have to deal with, because quite often the Hunter's Fury buff works to 15 meters. So you need to be a little bit closer than just the mark. We'll be using our shield, especially, as we'll talk about it in gameplay for that, as well as we'll be using the striker shield. All stacks are lost when you have no bonus armor. And this always used to be the annoying thing nowadays with it, is that a long time ago, Intimidate used to be basically, it would trigger on the second you had bonus armor, and when you didn't, it would just go away. But Adrenaline Rush, as the other talent that we have here, used to be that it would basically trigger right away as you got close to an enemy, but then there was no build up to Intimidate. Now, of course, it has gone from 7 seconds to 3 seconds, making it a lot faster. And Intimidate, to me, is very much back. Intimidate is also the one I would go for general play, mostly because it will be active for the first skill as well, where the other two choices we'll go with, which is Memento and Bloodsucker, won't be. We have to make a kill first, then we will have the bonus, which means that it isn't always viable, especially if you're going, for instance, up against rogues, let's say, where you won't get a kill quickly. You want to have the bonus for that one as well. Adrenaline Rush, to me, is generally effective again. And what Adrenaline Rush does is whenever you're within 10 meters of an enemy, you gain 20% bonus armor for 5 seconds, stacks up to 3 times. And there's a cooldown of 5 seconds. So this means that every 5 seconds, it repeats itself. Even if you were to lose your bonus armor and a little bit of your armor, when this cooldown goes away, you basically get a fresh stack. And especially the more enemies are in front of you, this up to 3 times, the more likely you are to retain some of it. Although we are going full red here, so we will still lose it quite often, but it'll be back in 5 seconds. And then you just have to stack up again for 3 seconds on the Intimidate for it to be fully active again. Let's move on to the skills. This being, as we are using it here, at a full red, although we'll go with some blue cores later on as well. But it is a very aggressive build. It enjoys being very close. That means that one of my slots will always be a Reviver Hive. We use this for the self-revive, of course, and it is very powerful for that, and I'm not likely to give it up, especially not in general play. If I'm doing, for instance, a specific mission and I kind of know that, I can get away without it, and I'll have to play smart, if you're speedrunning, basically, you can forego this. Here we're choosing as well a shield. In this case, specifically as well, the Striker shield. So the shield from Firewall. Firewall will be our specialization choice, especially for these builds, as it lines up perfectly well with the close range needs that this build has. And the Striker shield buff as well is very strong. And we will also use it in gameplay for marking how far 10 meters is, as I will basically only be shooting when they are within range of the shield, which has a 10 meter range. So if I'm in that range, everything else will also be in range, with Adrenaline Rush and Intimidate being within that 10 meters. So That's quite nice as well. Weapons-wise, we're going with shotguns, and we're going especially with one specific shotgun, especially for going all red as we have it here. There is one thing that makes this all red kind of possible, and that is the Scorpio. Scorpio having now received a little bit of a buff because it has gone from crit damage as its third stat to being an open third stat. Here I've taken it, of course, to damage to targets out of cover. That is the choice that I would definitely recommend for it. And Scorpio's ability to, its talent, and its ability with that to CC is indispensable. We could go with a damage talent with a different weapon, but we would basically have to give up some form of red cores, maybe to make our shield a little bit stronger, or go make something a little bit more survivability in our either our skills or our gear. Instead of that, we're taking that on the weapon, and the weapon is powerful enough that it works out well enough, and we'll just have this be our primary. You could, of course, go with other choices. For instance, here I have the Enforcer. I wouldn't per se recommend the Enforcer. It's also, of course, not gettable if you don't have it already. There are a bunch of other shotguns we can pick here, and we'll go through that with the build picture. But especially Pommel is a very good choice as a talent, either with Perfect on the Black Friday. I would no, not the Black one, on the named SASG, as I can't think of the name for a second there. The Tsunami, of course, as I was fumbling on the name, but that is quite a powerful tool to choose. But especially as well, for instance, if you go with an ACS, that can be very strong. A lefty can, of course, be very powerful as well for a Perfect Sledge. Either a Supermarine or a Super 90 or a military M870 or just an M870 in general can be very strong. But the general choice I would definitely say is to go with a 612, either in this case with the Mop, with even more armor and kill, maybe if you're also pairing it with Palisade, with maybe even Preservation here to even more so go into armor and kill, or a general 612, because you would, of course, have 10% detox here, which is indispensable for killing. And yes, some of the talent choices that can go with that, in Pommel, in close and personal, but also in the recent changes. But this might not be available in the future, so do check it out if you're watching this way in the future. Fast Hands is currently working per pellet. It's unsure if this is an intended change, but that has made it a very usable choice as well with shotguns. Yeah, and then specialization-wise, we are going with Firewall. While you could pick some of the other specializations, in the case, for instance, especially Gunner for armor and kill, stacking up even more so on armor and kill can kind of make sense, and the bonus ammo, and maybe even Demo or Survivalist or Sharpshooter for their things in detox and avoiding an explosion. Their fire grenades can be super nice, the flashbang and the stability can be super nice, or even going Technician and getting one skill tier extra towards your shield, which can be very powerful. Overall, that I would pick Firewall. This build, these, especially Hunter's Fury, both in SMG and shotguns, kind of really fits in nice with Firewall. That shield is an indispensable damage bonus. It is very strong. It is a 11% to 12% amp per enemy in front of you, so it can even be a lot more depending on if a whole group is in front of you. And even, for instance, the armor breaks causing nearby enemies to catch on fire, that is a very strong talent as well. That will save you quite often, as we'll see likely in gameplay as well. Let's jump to this build picture where we'll discuss the stat choices. A little fumbly, and also, yeah, Tsunami, right? I won't forget that name for like 2 years now. That's 13 minutes. That's perfectly fine for going that in-depth into a build. And yeah, let's pull up its build picture. Yo, let's have a look here. Is there anything I don't want to... Where's, oh no, we're going here actually. But it's even bigger. So how many crit chances do we have? that, and then the one here. Why am I doing it like this then? That's so dumb of me. Totally change this build after. Because if we need this many chances, I should just take the crit damage here, put a crit chance mod in here, the crit chance mod in here. Oh, actually, yeah, I don't want that, of course. That's the reason. Okay, yeah. I want to be able to use this chest and backpack and other things. That's the reason. And then I would want it to have crit damage mod. Let's start discussing this. How much is it? 60 and 132 crit damage, right? Yeah. Okay. As we continue on to its build picture, and this is of course linked down below, so you can hop right in there. These are build pictures that exist on my build collection and the way that I present builds on there. Yeah, we have the same build, the 4 pieces with the Cheska and the Grupo, with Intimidate, Adrenaline Rush here. We are choosing to go towards 60 crit chance, as we can reach 132 crit damage alongside of it. We're doing that by taking several crit chances on the build, and we are landing on a perfect 60 with the Scorpio, with having 10 crit chance. That will also be the same case for all other weapons that we put alongside. Well, not all other weapons, but most other weapons in the shotgun class will have the ability to have 2 crit chance mods, meaning that a lot of weapons can land on the 60, which is quite nice, of course. It's a beautiful 60. And for that, yeah, I'm choosing, for instance, here to use that on some of the mods, some of the roles. I'm avoiding, for instance, here to put it on my chest and my backpack. That's more because sometimes I like moving builds around or moving pieces from builds around. And that would mean, for instance, that I can put this in, let's say, maybe trying it out in a striker without remodding it. As the crit damage mods would be, you know, what I would want to have on there. And that's the reason I've gone with this layout. But where those crit chances are, doesn't matter. It could be any of the pieces out here. We have gone with basically 3 places where we could have crit damage. Here in the mask mod, and in the glove. Together, of course, with the chest, because there's crit chance crit damage, with the backpack, crit chance crit damage. 5 crit chance rolls in total, basically, to get to that 60. What you also may have noticed here is that the pieces that I have here have the crit damages optimized, or crit chances optimized underneath them, and the cores are actually recalibrated. That means that I can actually change this to be more or less a red cores, because, well, in this setup, we're going for the full red. And with the Intimidate Adrenaline Rush variant, as we'll see it later, I do want to go all red with it because its survivability comes from the Scorpio. With other setups, we could actually go a few blue cores, and especially now with tinkering, we can do that kind of on the fly. So I have basically 3 pieces set up that I at most can go 3 red cores to blue, basically. Because, for instance, with Bloodsucker, as I have it here as well as another option, we can go, for instance, I would go 2 blue cores for that, because Bloodsucker kind of benefits from having a little bit higher armor. The other choice we have here as well is Memento, but Memento would then provide me with basically a blue and a yellow anyway, so we would actually increase our shield, and of course our armor ourselves as well. And Memento is a very nice choice. This build will mostly be used by me for solo play. I can use it in groups, but in groups I would much rather start to trend towards maybe strikers, maybe something that reaches out a little further, because in closing to the enemy, my allies will likely kill a lot of the things. And yeah, on this build picture as well, we have the damage outputs unstacked with the Hunters, but with the Intimidate fully stacked up. And yeah, a few other choices, as for instance, yeah, the Tsunami, as we reached eventually earlier, is up here as well. And yeah, especially going for the 60 crit chance, we could, of course, if we are in duos, for instance, I wouldn't use this in a full group, but maybe in duos I would. And yeah, we could definitely, for instance, flip 2 crit chances over to crit damage, or even just 1 if a Coyote is in the team, because we aren't leaving a hole for a Coyote, but we aren't really expecting a Coyote with this either. So we could even as well then maybe forego the Cheska to something else. That would also be an option. Although I would keep the Cheska and flip the crit chances on the build. So yeah, let's go to a calculation sheet that I've prepared for this build as well. That one was a little bit longer than it needs to be, I think. And if it's, yeah, if I was gonna say, if it's like 4 minutes, I'm okay with that. Because we have a total now of 19 minutes. We'll do like 10 minutes of calculations and then we'll go into gameplay. Yay! So yeah, we're gonna take it to this one and then we're gonna take it to this one. And I need some water. Okay. So actually, let me put that recording in the bag. Basically, there we go. Yeah, let's do all of this. Let's go fast because there's a lot of it. Although, well, most of it isn't like that. Like those later two are barely meaningful. Yeah, let's go. And this is the calculation sheet that I've prepared for today. These are multi-calculators of my design, and if you want to know more about them, there's a video on my channel that explains them quite in depth. But what you need to know for here now is that, let's fix that. I'm already annoyed by that. Let's fix this. So I haven't colored it all correctly, so because because I was about to do the sentence and they're color coded to match. Are they though? Also, we need 3 different tones for this blue. So we'll do that plus this. We'll do that. Then this all the way to here will be that. And then this all the way to here will be that. Fuck, the other way around. Sorry. We're going from lighter color to darker color, signifying the increase of damage and potency as we get higher and higher. Yeah. Let's delete that other. Also, let's wiggle both accounts a little bit just so they don't accidentally log me out. Yeah, let's delete this other one. Okay. What was that, by the way? It's a good video length, 1 hour detailed info. I prefer to 10-minute builds. So glad you like it. I that's kind of as well, like with the very first build showcase I said, or well, with the build masterclass for Eclipse, I said like, this is what I would want to see out of a build showcase. And I'm sticking to that as well. Because the thing is, to me, I'm not feeling I'm like adding anything extra. Like this is the time it needs to go through all of this. Like we could of course just skip all this, but this to me is the interesting parts. Like this is actually what I care about of a build. Like how does it stack up against other builds on theoretical numbers and then taking it into gameplay and then, you know, seeing does the theory match the practice and then from there. Yeah, let's and yeah, this one, as with all build showcases, will likely be around an hour-ish. But yeah, we'll still try to go fast through these. Just mostly, I have a habit if I'm starting to ramble, I'll like slow down the pace that I'm talking, and just trying to keep that up. Also, yeah, how much is these numbers? Because it's hard to read for me here. So yeah, it's 42.3%. And then this is 27.6. So I don't have to like squint over there. I'm reading it in the OBS preview window thingy because I'm like moving this red thing around. Yeah, let's jump right in. And this is the calculation spreadsheet as is prepared for today for this build. Of course, as well, link down below so you can click through and read along at your own pace, or just look through it at your own pace. These are multi-calculators of my design. There's a video on my YouTube channel which goes quite in depth into them and explains them quite well. But the short of it is that, yeah, input happens down here, output happens up here. They're color-coded to match here, making it a little bit easier maybe. And we are comparing especially on burst DPS and sustained DPS, and we're especially looking at these percentages, and all of the percentages are comparing to this number in the top slot, except for when in here, for instance, again, as well, to the top slot. And we're comparing here to start off with against the glass vigilance threat, an obliterate vigilance threat, and an unbreakable vigilance threat. Three builds that kind of used to be the meta. Then we have also down here the actual current meta in strikers as comparison points, mostly so we can kind of have a guess at how well the build will do. Now, of course, they play quite differently. A glass red plays quite differently than a striker, than a Hunter's Fury, but we can still make meaningful guesses from here. This is as well with a full red, and with, as we have it here, the two green ones here are with the Cheska and a Grupo. Now, it doesn't really matter if it's Intimidate or Intimidate Adrenaline Rush or Intimidate Bloodsucker. They play differently, of course, but for numbers-wise, it doesn't matter really what is triggering Intimidate, as long as we're triggering it. These blue ones are with the Memento and in different ways. Let's start off first here with the two green ones, and let me explain that, yeah, the first green one is us stacking with Intimidate maxed out, and of course all of the stats linked to as well this 20% headshot rate, so we're guessing a 20% headshot rate on general, and a DTA rate of 60% as I have it here. So 60% of the times, guesstimation-wise, being DTA, the other 40% being DTH. Just to lower, of course, these other ones are running ARs. The Vigilances are with the high-end reds are with FAMAS. The Striker is with Elmo. The shotguns, of course, have a bonus to DTA. So just to compare them somewhat on same terms. We are putting it on 20% headshot rate and 60% DTA. That will be the same for all of the other calculations as well in here, and it's important to know that. And yeah, of course, we're putting in the stats from different weapons, and that is why their colors are different. If we look here at the Hunter's Fury with Intimidate, with the Cheska Grupo variant, the first number, as we have it here, is basically the same as a glass red once it gets going, once it has Intimidate fully stacked. Now, of course, it needs to stack up Intimidate. This glass is doing this from the first shot until it loses Vigilance. If we compare it to, for instance, a Striker is way ahead. This is also an Obliterate Striker. This isn't even a chest Striker. So it is very powerful. But the Hunter's Fury here isn't, you know, it isn't super bad behind. It is even ahead in sustain, for instance here. The second number that we have here is, as we have here, Intimidate as this amp, and this is actually, yeah, the Intimidate at full stacks with 9 self-multiplicative stacks of 4 will land on this 42.3%. And yeah, that's quite the difference, of course, than just 9 times 4, because yeah, 36 is a lot less than this. The second number as an amp here is the stacking buff of Hunter's Fury, which is also self-multiplicative. Again, it would be 5 stacks of 5 if it was additive to itself, 25. It is instead 27, not the biggest difference, but it is a very important stacking buff that gets often forgotten. And you will quite often have this up, especially if you're doing, you know, bounties and such. You will have this for the last few enemies, for instance. So it is actually worthwhile to know both numbers, and especially when we have that 5 stacks of Hunter's Fury going as well, we can see that, yeah, these numbers get quite high, and we are almost reaching to Obliterate Striker levels, although, of course, we're very short range. We need to be within 10 meters. There are some caveats, and even on sustain, of course, we're not competing against an Elmo, which has very high sustain. But these are high enough numbers on a theoretical end that it is well worth at least trying out the build. Here we have it with the memento in the same way. First, though, we have the memento empty. That is the first blue number. The second blue number is with just the memento stacked with its 30 kill confirms. And then the third one is both the kill confirms complete and also having the 5 kills to stack up Hunter's Fury all the way. And it is very competitive. And yeah, with it stacked, so if you basically compare the stacked number versus the number for Cheska plus Grupo, it is actually quite equivalent to each other. They're basically at 100%. Even if you go with the final number with also Hunter's Fury fully stacked, they are quite comparable to each other. And that's, of course, because while we are losing a few crit damage stats and a crit damage brand bonus, we are gaining that weapon damage that stacks up with the long buff of Hunter's Fury. We could also actually pick up the short buffs, of course, as well, and that will also be another 30 weapon damage, and that is very strong if we are full red. But of course, mechanically for Intimidate, they work differently. Your first skill is going to be without Intimidate active because there is no pickup to have bonus armor. So we kind of have to keep that in mind when we're discussing it. But the Memento version is still doing pretty well for itself. And of course, the Memento version as well has 2 tiers for the shield with 1 blue core and 1 yellow core. So the Memento is a very powerful solo tool. And yeah, I would definitely recommend it. But the Adrenaline Rush, of course, has the benefit of also having the buff for the first skill. If we move down, this is actually a comparison, and we won't go all the way into it, but it is between the choices that we would have. So we have the Intimidate version that we have. Instead of going with the Grupo, as is the top one, here we are going with either with Grupo versus Badger Tough, as we have it here. So Cheska plus Grupo or Cheska plus Badger Tough. And here we're also adding in grading. So we're going with grade 25 for the Scorpio as we have it here, because that will, of course, affect the differences between the two. But even if we take this to grade 0, in this setup, in this full red setup, that must be said, we are still 8% ahead at 0 grading. If we put it back to 25 grading, we're just over 1% ahead with 1.15% ahead, meaning that yeah, Grupo is the go-to over Badger Tough for me, especially for full red. We'll go into if you go a few more blue cores in a second. Then all the options we would have with a perfect Intimidate. So going perfect Intimidate, which is, of course, a Hunter Killer on the golden chest. So we would have to pair it with either Cheska. The Cheska is, of course, going to be the obvious, easiest choice. That one is still behind. So unless you already have a perfect Hunter Killer lying around and it would be easier for you than getting a Grupo or a Cheska chest with Intimidate, you could go with it. You're not losing much, but you're still losing. And perfect Intimidate... it isn't worth it unless you're going for that regen that Golan has. Because one of the things that has happened is actually the gap between. So while both of the numbers for both normal Intimidate and perfect Intimidate have actually gone up with the changes, with instead of 7 stacks of 5 being 9 stacks of 4 for normal and 10 stacks of 0.4 for perfect, the gap between them has actually decreased. Normal Intimidate has gone up a little bit more, and yeah, the gap between them has decreased, meaning that perfect Intimidate is not really worth it unless you're going for that regen. And yeah, we see that back, and of course, if Cheska is going to lose a Grupo in different variants with different crit chances, or going especially as well with a second Golan, you could go 2 Golans here for that 1.5% regen. But you would be dropping 7% of your damage, basically, and that is quite a loss for 1.5% regen. I would much rather have the Memento, basically having Cheska plus Memento. Here as well, we have Intimidate, the normal Intimidate again, with Cheska plus Palisade. So 1-piece Palisade, replacing the Grupo, because the Cheska, of course, is going to be the more powerful piece. If we were to do that, we would first off need to find... If we wanted to be full red, that's kind of a unicorn. We need a crit chance, crit damage, Intimidate, or Adrenaline Rush backpack or chest with Intimidate to recore to red if we wanted to go full red. Or we could, of course, take that blue core. That's not the worst choice. It is especially handy on the shield. But yeah, taking that Palisade is just under 5% loss. But of course, that 5% loss in damage comes back as 10% armor on kill. We're basically giving up the brand bonus that we would get from Grupo to get this. So it is an okay choice, although I wouldn't go for the 2-piece Palisade, which of course has the second piece health. Yeah, that's too much of a loss. 10%, 11% almost is way too much of a loss for what you gain from that. But sneaking a piece of Palisade, actually, in this build, or even actually in a lot of builds, actually you could sneak one into Strikers as well, for instance, actually can be quite of a choice if you hadn't considered that yet. Last up, we have these two charts, and this is Intimidate with Cheska plus Badger Tough, with this top one. With this bottom one, it's Cheska plus Grupo, and we're going basically from 6 reds all the way to 6 blues. So we're adding in, we're flipping each time. And of course, first off, we can see how much we lose per red core lost. So it is actually, of course, not, yeah, the red cores have diminishing returns. So even if we lose all of our red cores, we're not losing all of our damage, because a lot of our damage is coming from other sources, basically. But because even at 6 blues, we're still doing, 67-ish, 68% of our damage as a full red. But here at the second one, these black numbers, we're comparing between Badger Tough and Grupo. This is again with grade 25, which will affect Badger Tough, poorly. Basically, we're diminishing the returns from weapon damage, which Badger Tough provides. We can see that up until 1 red, 5 blue in this setup, it's Grupo still wins out against Badger Tough. So with 0 grading, because that's of course an important number to know, as well as we have to change it up here, as all of them take their number from up there. If we then scroll back down again, it is at the 3 red, 3 blue line. And this is of course as well with 0 or with 20% headshot, as we have it there. If we put it as well at 100% headshot, taking the worst case basically for the Grupo in this case, and we scroll back down, it is the then Badger Tough wins, but only if you actually consider it at 100% headshot rate. And this is why I would recommend not doing that, because even with 100% headshot rate, if we take it back to grade 25, as of course this is the intricacies of a divisions system, then yeah, at full red, at 1 blue, it would seem that Badger Tough would win. But 100% headshot rate with shotguns is insane to me. So 20% headshot rate, and then we go back down. Yeah, at that point, because yeah, I've seen a lot of people go, you should go Badger Tough, because even at 6 red, it beats it. Not with grading, not if you are starting to account for headshot rate. Yeah, that is the final calculation we'll do here. Let's jump into some gameplay and actually take this into the field and see if any of these calculations can hold up. Yeah. Words, many came out my mouth. That is a cool 13 minutes. I'm fine with that. There was a lot of stuff to go through. That is a total of 33 minutes. A little bit more than just under the 30 that I usually want for that, but it's fine. Let's bring this up while we set up. Well, first things first, let's log out that gal. There we go.
You are no longer in a group.
And yeah, I'm going to go to Summit. We're going to start there.
We need you to secure a skyscraper. This may take a while. Hope you cleared your
We're going
schedule.
to start off with the Memento variant. Yeah, we'll put the Enforcer back in a second. Let's take this KSG. Actually, no. Let's take let's take the mob. Let's take that. We'll go back to the normal graded. Let's put the enforcer back because I'll forget. Is there some light in here? Maybe. I'm gonna start with that shot. Did I miss anything here? I often go back, resisting ability, also often picking important in secondary. Yeah, that's well, good to hear. Yeah, they're a little bit too jam-packed sometimes, but also that's half the fun, I think. Because honestly, that's usually how I often have learned from others for other games as well. Is just they'll just say something offhand that I didn't even ever think of. So I've gotten into the habit of just, you know, full rambling talk, and then well, like, oh, actually that looks cool with the summit there as well. Yeah, that's a good shot. I like that shot. We'll take it back to here, and yeah, I'm gonna. Actually, let's first give myself a memento backpack. Also, yeah, what I should do, yeah, let's do that here. I'm gonna take a short, like 2-minute buy break and run an ad, and I'll be right back, and then we'll swap the camera batteries just to be safe, and then we'll jump into here. Yeah. Actually, before I bring the other one back, let me flip the camera battery just so we don't run into that, because that's totally never happened that the camera dies in the middle of a run, and I have to like be pissed at it. Let's move these controllers a little bit away so I have some place to put my arms. Yeah, let's go back to here. So that's also the reason I enjoy these things. Well, good to hear. Glad you like it. Yes. Let's stand here. It's photo mode. There we go. It's technically a Dutch angle. I'm Dutch, so I'm allowed to Dutch angle. Yeah, let's summit, 3 floors, floor, let's oil up ourselves. And I'm just gonna do a 3-floor section. If I fill way too hard, I might actually reset at some point, but yeah. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, let's start this. And we're gonna start off our gameplay all the way going towards the top of the summit here. for the first build, I'm going to actually run Memento here. And we're going to also not use that grade 25 Scorpio. This one I feel is the most potential, especially for newer players. With the Memento here, you have a 2-tier shield, and that helps a lot. I'm pairing it as well here with the mop, with armor and kill, and even preservation on top of it. I want all the healing. And I might use that here and there on a red to heal myself up. I'm going to take these... oh, good. Never mind. Just because this is always fumbly if I... yeah, I can't take fragile armor. But hard to earn is fine. Especially I can take hard to earn with no regen. There's one that, yeah, because this is what I was expecting to see there, but I didn't. You know what? We'll even open up the elevator like that. That'll save us some time. You know, speed run. Actually, that's a weird place to stand. Let's stand over here. Because I want to have no regen up, because I first want to talk about no regen being fixed, and also how you can kind of negate it with a build like this. That is running a specialization, where it's actually getting the thing that the specialization wants it to. Yeah, let's try again. Let's delete the other one before we actually even continue. There we go. And yeah, let's jump into some gameplay. We're going to start it off here in the summit. We're going to try to go all the way to the top. Well, actually, we won't, but we'll go just 3 floors, but a pretty high 3 floors. I'm going to start off using the Memento variant. I feel the Memento variant is the most new player-friendly kind of thing. It has a lot of good bonuses. The Memento especially, of course, is very powerful. It is giving our shield 2 tiers as well. We're not losing that much damage once it's charged up. We still have to charge it up, of course, to those 30 kills. And also, I am not taking the grade 25 Scorpio, just because let's show this build a little bit, how it might be more experienced by many a player, because grade 25 is a little bit out of people's reaches sometimes. And I'm pairing it here as well with the mop. So the 612, the named 612 with armor and kill as its third stat. And I even have preservation there. I want all the heals, and I might actually use that here and there to heal myself up a little bit. We've taken the 4 directives that I have there, which is Fog of War, Ragers, Hard to Earn, and No Regen. I wanted to talk as well about no regen has actually been changed and fixed, basically. It used to be very much that it was negated by just weapon swapping. That is no longer the case. Now it is actually truly no regen, and also you don't get regen from actual regen stat, which is kind of annoying and maybe unintended, but especially out of combat, there's no way to negate it anymore. But we have that hard to earn, actually, as we'll talk about in a second, to fight with. We have rogues on floor 91. We'll have 2 rogues. Normally, what I would do here, actually, is grab a build that suits that fight a lot better in PFE. With PFE, I'm guaranteed to murder them, but let's see how this does. An uncharged Memento as well. So not the best choice. The downside of this is, on the first kill, I will not have a bonus. So for the first fight, until I kill something, or maybe one of their skills, if I get lucky, I won't actually have Intimidate active, because I have no way of activating Intimidate. But instead, let's play smart. We'll use cover, we'll use separating them, especially as well. Rogues have a tendency, especially when they are close by, to global event on.
Rogue fixer drone detected.
Aw, that's so sad.
Hostile fixer drone.
I wanted to fight rogues. But yeah, I don't want the global event on. Let's actually end the recording there. The annoying thing is it used to show the icon here and in missions and stuff as well. When you have the global event on, it would show it like next to the summit, and then the difficulty, and then the global event marker, and then... But it doesn't do that anymore, and it's super annoying. But yeah, I don't want that on, because...
This may take a while. Hope you cleared your schedule.
No, I was talking in that loading screen, right? That sucks. We'll have to do that. I wasn't too happy with the intro to the segment anyway, so it's fine, but because I was thinking maybe I cut it off in the loading screen or something when it's just fades to black. I find this, but I was just talking through that entire thing. Technical difficulties. We appreciate your patience. Let me catch up here. Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, well, it doesn't show the icon in missions and in Summit. It no longer shows it, but yeah, it's fine. Is there a spreadsheet with item drop rates? Not particularly. There is one graphic that shows item drop rates. Maybe somebody has that by the hand or something that they can link. For different content on different difficulties. But yeah, the drop rates are not really, hell, they're not even well understood. Really, the drop system is not well understood to begin with. But yeah, there is that one graphic, but yeah, I'm wondering if maybe somebody could link to it. Some of the more veterans will know which one that the one that has the countdown and the summit different floors thingy. Otherwise, I'll see about finding it maybe after this segment. Or likely as well, if you go to if you have the official Discord, it will likely be in the Ask community under the pinned comments. It used to be always underneath there. But yeah, let's do that again. Once more with feeling and bravado. And yeah, let's start off with some gameplay in the summit, as we'll summit towards the summit of the summit. We're not going to go all the way, we're just going to take 3 floors. One thing I wanted to say, with this build, we're going to take the Memento variant first. I feel the Memento variant is the most new player friendly, although getting the Memento isn't that new player friendly, of course, but it isn't that hard. The Memento has, of course, a lot of good buffs and will help us out a lot, especially having 2 tiers on the shield is very strong. As well, I'm not going to use my grade 25 Scorpio that I was showing earlier here. Let's take it to a grade 01, still with Detox though. I have rerolled it to be with Detox. But just to make it a little bit more of a fair comparison, because not everybody will have access to grade 25, I'm pairing that here as well with a mop. So the named 612 with armor on kill here at the cost of Detox. We've taken preservation here as well, and it's going to be my healing tool here and there maybe. We're taking 4 directives, and on heroic, the directives I'm taking is Fog of War, Ragers, Hard to Earn, and No Regen. And especially I wanted to talk about No Regen as it isn't in the current rotation in the open world, but it is, of course, always available in Summit. And they have altered it. They have fixed it, quotation marks. And now you can't actually bypass it anymore by swapping gear, swapping the grenade, or swapping weapons, which you could, making it basically a free one for all intents and purposes for most of us. It is no longer that, and because of that, it also has become actually one to deal with. Also, currently, although no one's sure if they're intending it or not, it is also negating all normal regen in combat. So normally, no regen was intended to just take away regen out of combat. So the healing in between combat is how it was worded initially as well when it was released to be affecting that. Now it's also affecting, for instance, as well the regen from regen builds, for instance, or the regen from the Memento we would have here. So we're no longer regenning at all. But of course, Hunter's Fury has an on-kill bonus. And for instance, here as well, I'm just going to kill this thing with my... instead of killing it with my... as well, take a hug and take it down. We'll take a knee there. As I did not see that rusher. But that's no problem. Sometimes you go down. You have to kind of expect that. Playing an aggressive build like this, and it is very much an aggressive build. What I really want to do, and which can be done well in countdown countdown in Summit, you know, the game mode we're in, is getting. There is a lot of all cover in Summit, which you can kind of use to hide behind, make it 1 versus 1s against enemies that are near you. But especially, for instance, on the last enemy, I will kind of swap to my mop and mop them up with it, getting myself basically at least a 40% armor on kill, with preservation there, with the armor and kill from the set and the armor and kill of the mop. That's if I get it with without a headshot, that's 40%. If I get it with a headshot, it's 50% even. So I'm using that basically as my negation of no regen. But also, one of the things is hard to earn, and hard to earn I feel is poorly misunderstood. One of those two words, but not poorly misunderstood, as I was about to say. And that is that it is reliant on your specializations, drops of specialization ammo. So each specialization has things that if you do them, you will get bonus ammo. So for instance, with Demolitionist, if you get any explosion kills, so for instance, if you're running, let's say, a mortar build, that will help a lot, for instance, with that. Anyone who's run a mortar build, you know, you get basically infinite grenade launcher rounds. Anyway, even without, you know, golden bullets or Hollywood or anything like that. Here, the requirement for that is being within 10 meters will actually give the 3 marks into the specialization ammo bar, and that is that bar next to my ammo numbers. If you didn't know what that one is, once that fills up as it has done there and is glowing, the next skill I make will drop specialization ammo. With hard to earn, it will also drop an armor pack, an armor kit for me to use. So actually, using a build like this that is actually doing the thing that its specialization wants it to do for its specialization ammo, hard to earn will make no regen pretty okay to deal with, because you'll even get enough armor packs as I have here. And you will see that, yeah, quite often there's going to be a specialization ammo drop, and together with some armor packs. A lot of people take Gunner, and Gunner's one is actually that you have to hold the button down in between kills. Basically, you have to do the LMG thing, basically. It's almost as if it was intended for LMGs. Now, you will get a few of those, especially with ARs, especially with Elmos in shorter range, but yeah, it isn't as regular as, for instance, this. I will actually have, you know, plenty of... There's 2 med packs here. If I wanted to negate no regen, I can. And that is important choices to make, for instance, especially if you're playing solo, and especially if you want to have a bunch of directives. Because, yeah, hard to earn and no regen actually... Kind of hard to earn actually makes no regen a little bit more easy to deal with, but already for Hunter's Fury, no regen is actually... It isn't as big of an issue, because you just run and gun, and yeah, you just have that be your healing coming from that armor and kill. About 20%, 5 enemies is your armor bar back all the way full. And of course, I'm doing the pickups and getting some from there as well. And yeah, already while I was talking, we did get, of course, hugged once, but also at one time you saw one enemy catching on fire when they assaulted me and almost killed me. Ooh, I might actually go down here, but we'll just fall back. And yeah, the play with this is you kind of need to know when to push and when to pull. And you can kill pretty quickly, but not without Intimidate. So I'm going to pick up this, use that as my Intimidate, although actually that other guy, of course, takes it away from me.
Oh, yeah.
But trying to keep Intimidate up is a skill on itself.
Terminal destroyed.
Because I'm not doing a very good job of it here. And that's the reason that I kind of like Adrenaline Rush a lot better. Adrenaline Rush will trigger for that first fight, even if you have only halfway stacked on... I'm forgetting some loot, but that's fine. We'll live with that. We'll live with our choices, as I am looking for the key here and there.
Who's that?
But yeah, you have to do the pickup. The shield is, as I have it here, with just the two blues, or well, the blue and the yellow from Memento being its only 2 tiers. It is actually pretty weak, so I can't really use it to tank with, but you shouldn't play it like that. You should basically play it as a run and gun build. Make it 1 versus 1s, try to find angles where you're shooting at one enemy, nobody else can shoot at you, preferably where you are within range as well. And you want to grab the pickups and kind of run over, you know, just run over the pickup and then go and kill the next guy. That is kind of the playstyle that you kind of have to do with Memento. Bloodsucker, of course, makes that a little bit easier, actually, because you don't have to go and pick up the pickup. But then Memento has, you know, decent all-round damage, because I'm already charged up all the way on it. But yeah, we're just gonna try to be better about playing it right, which is, as I'm doing there, doing the pickups, not getting shot, and just actually hitting hard. And yeah, as you saw there, when I'm doing that, it is actually pretty powerful. We were hitting for 1 million per pellet. That will kill any elite and named fast. Anyway, we have some clear there. Let's go see our loot here. As I briefly have a peek at how long we've recorded for. Let's go another 3 floors real quickly, as we'll discuss the Memento variant a little bit more. One nice thing about Hunter's Fury is it doesn't need to stack. Now, with Intimidate, we're putting that stacking back in, of course. With SMGs, you could go this route as well. But SMGs actually have a much, as we didn't get the key, we'll leave that actually behind. I'm not going to go chase it. As yeah, with talking, I likely didn't see it in a corner, losing its religion, but we'll just push on. The Intimidate, of course, is basically because you have to give up the backpack talent for it. While it is a large number by itself, it does get beaten by Vigilance plus Obliterate at full stacks. And SMGs can go that route. But of course, SMGs play a little bit differently, because with SMGs, you can kind of be in that 15-meter range. Here as well, the shield, so the striker shield, that edge that it has there basically, that is actually the 10-meter range. So you can kind of use that to make sure your Intimidate is kind of on target.
Rogue assault turret detected.
And yeah, we have a SHT here, and these are always annoying. One thing you can do, especially if you're a technician, so with tech tanks I quite often do it, is you can actually jam these. But what you can do as well is actually just kill the things. I might go down here. There's something behind me and I couldn't find what it was. And that sniper turret might actually murder me. But I will kill that guy. He was much closer to death. Him dying, I knew was gonna disorient the other person. And you kind of have to sometimes play it like that. Just knowing where, like, who to kill. Sometimes going for the smaller target is much better because of that disorient. Now, of course, something like a drone or a turret isn't going to get disoriented, so. And yeah, here I'm very much out of range, but also I didn't want to push forward because, yeah, there's a bunch of skills shooting at me. But I'm not dead yet. I say the second before death. Anyway, we killed everybody without capturing it first. But yeah, here's what I mean with doing the thing that your specialization wants of you for a lot of medpacks. No regen is still easy enough to deal with. You just have to be smart about it and use a specialization like this. And because, for instance, as well, while I do enjoy my tech tanks, their way of getting extra pips into the specialization bar thingy is to kill mechanicals, to basically kill turrets, kill mini tanks, kill warhounds, stuff like that. That doesn't happen as often as kills within 10 meters. Basically, all my kills should be within 10 meters, so you get so much specialization ammo from that, and together with some med packs. So I can actually have a lot of med packs. And yeah, we have this moment of where is the last guy? Well, they're over there. I was hoping that, yeah, the mark, this hunter mark on top of them, that helps a lot as well. We have this sniper. That actually helped out because when they broke my armor, I set the closest enemy to me on fire. And that kind of is actually kind of one of the handy things. And yeah, we've cleared floor 94. We'll keep pushing on as the wrong door is marked there by Isaac. I'm going this way. And you kind of have to expect to be downed here and there. That's fine. Like, I play very aggressive when I do have the hive. Once I lose my hive, I'll slow it down a little bit. But also, you don't need to slow it down all the way. You can still be aggressive without it. Worst case, you die. You get reset back down a few floors at most. Because at most, you'll get reset back to the start of the 3-floor section. I don't need ammo. One of the nice things as well with shotguns is they don't use up much ammo. And especially, for instance, if you're wanting to do even the challenges of, for instance, setting enemies on fire. If you pick up special ammo, you can actually use that on your secondary, for instance. I quite often do that. And just use that sparingly here and there with one shot. It's just fight the faction, for instance, if you're doing status strife, to set outcasts or cleaners on fire with a secondary and then just swapping back and not using it when that faction isn't there. And we're making good time here. The game is being very polite to me and not giving me the worst of things. Although, well, here we go with the worst of things, which is, of course, Black Dusk. Nobody likes Black Dusk. Sokolova is not loved by all. I might go down here from that death pulse. Well, I shouldn't. So, but I have my hive again. I'll play aggressive till my hive is gone. And I'm not keeping Intimidate up enough for it to actually be working too well. But I'm also, like, not completely sucking. I'm sucking just a little. What is noticeable, though, is that having two tiers on the shield is actually of great benefit. This shield feels a lot more usable. Just to take a few hits, especially chip damage from this guy, for instance. I wouldn't be comfortable with the full red standing in front of that, but a lot more so with
They took him out.
With this variant. And yeah, that thing dying as well. It was a marked enemy. It died. It disoriented everything around it. That disorient is very strong. It is one of the best tools you have, especially solo, for making sure that you survive. We'll pick that up. And again, in this room, 2 armor packs. If I needed to armor pack up at the end of this fight, that's perfectly doable. As I have seen a lot of people bitch, basically, about no regens changes and that it was unneeded. And while I would agree with some of them that, yeah, they didn't fix fragile armor, but they fixed that. I would love for them to fix both, but yeah. Honestly, anything that is, you know, broken like that, I feel they should fix. As we're heading into, this is the final room of this section. It's destroy the support station, which is also a very easy objective. Because especially SHT ones take a while. The death pulses can be very annoying and can be very deadly. The poundly modified pulses. But yeah, I gave up my Intimidate way too easily there. As that's the downside of being close to full red, as we are here, is that there isn't that big of a bonus from the blues. And yeah, we have the secure the area remaining. And let's see who's alive. And yeah, the hunter's mark is super nice for this. That guy might have escaped me as he was in the corner of my eye, but it didn't escape there because the hunter's mark made it very, very easy to see him. And actually, we have one more room, of course. I am talking straight out of my backside because I definitely... that is not how that 3-floor section ends. That is this room here. We did get the key as well, so... But yeah, we'll keep running and gunning, and that is the playstyle of this thing. Be mobile, move around a lot. It is actually... the enemies do lose sight of you if you are running around. You have maybe noticed a few times that I flanked the enemies, and then they're still pointing kind of where I was. And you can definitely make good use of that. And especially if I keep my Intimidate up, I can actually pretty quickly, for instance here, hopefully kill this guy, although I lost my Intimidate there, but we'll murder the rest and we'll end this here. Because even without the pickups, I am still kind of powerful, but yeah, with it, it's day and night when you do and don't have Intimidate up.
I'm gonna blow you to hell.
And we'll especially see with Adrenaline Rush that it works a little bit better, for me at least, I feel. If you are more of a... Or well, depending on the content as well, because here we are in Summit where you're expected to be surrounded. I feel this would work especially well as well in missions where you can know where the enemy is going to spawn from and you have them right in front of you. Let's go get our final chest here together and then we'll leave it there. We're not going to take it all the way to the hunters. I was thinking about it maybe, but that would make this segment way too long. So we'll just do this, finish off this, get our loot up here, have a peek through it, see if we get any good LMGs, as that is my target, as getting a few of those. And yeah, that was a taste of the Memento variant. I lost my Mementos way too often, but I especially wanted to talk about the directives as well a little bit, and how a build like this can kind of circumvent some, or well, some builds can specifically help with some of the directives. Let's take it to some bounties, and we'll take the Bloodsucker variant. Yay! How long was that? Was that like 1 billion years long? That was 20 minutes by itself, but that's also like the big segment of this. I was hoping it wouldn't be 20 minutes. That's a lot. But that's fine. Maybe I should have kept it to 3 floors. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Let me catch up here as well. The real Hunter Fury buff showing you where then, yeah. Exactly. Just vision is one of the most important things in the game. This guy has not upgraded his gear all the way from 31. I'm gonna guess. Oh, I'm curious. Oh, they're running level 30 gear even. That's what's happening there. Yeah, it's, yeah, four bars. And I was thinking. Well, first of all, I was thinking I'm gonna swap to from the Dragov outfit. We're gonna go back to this. What is her normal cap actually? I don't even know. Well, we can just reload her loadout, and then we'll put her in red. As we'll this go after Summit, we'll go descending. Do I have 2 bounties here? Don't. Can I get 2 bounties here? go to these. The annoying thing is she also doesn't have a lot of the positions here. We did the bounty cheese, but that's not. Yeah, let's do that. I'll take the grade 25, Grupo, backpack, Adrenaline Rush to Blutsucker, Sucker of Bloods. Let me catch up actually here. Yeah. I've never tried the summit yet. Okay, it's well worth trying out. It's not like the bestest game mode. The nice things about it is especially, well, if you have never tried it out, you could definitely go there, and there are challenges there on the map. You can set your challenges. For 5 challenges complete, you get the capacitor. The capacitor is a weapon well worth getting, especially if you want to go into hybrids or third drone builds later on, or skill builds even. Like, it is one of the quintessential skill build weapons, and you get your one for 5 challenges complete. And the challenges can be quite easy, like getting 3 floors in 15 minutes, or getting like 30 headshots or something. So, yeah, didn't feel that long. Yeah, that I have that issue quite often as well. But yeah, that's just more because I'm talking. But I'm fine with it being that long because we explained a lot of it, and now I'm just going to talk about mostly that one's worth keeping. We'll keep that one. That one isn't.
Friendly supply.
And yeah, Summit has the same thing as Countdown of being able to set your own target. It is better for XP than Countdown, especially with a few directives and getting challenges done, but it doesn't drop as much loot as Countdown, so don't go in with that expectation. And the nice thing is as well, there's a global event on for now. For instance, now you can't have the global event on in Countdown and earn stars towards it, but you can in the Summit. And Summit also has legendary difficulty. That's kind of the things that it has. Hi, Gia. How do you think they will implement the new gear type? What? Which new gear type, you mean? Did I miss some news likely? Yeah, let's do that. Because I'm gonna show a little bit of a. Oh, actually, yes. I want 2 blue cores. It's likely we'll even do just 1 bounty. It's just a quickie. Mostly just to show one other thing. Let's just put that as our marker. Okay, I'm looking for AR SMG build that is usable in legendary missions for legendary summit, etc. Do you build something that you can recommend? I mean, well, strikers with either SMG or just well, depends on if it's in group or solo as well. But especially in group, in summit, you can just go 3 strikers and 1 foamer is, still the go-to really in there. Or you can go all strikers, mostly because the enemies kind of come at you piecemeal. They spawn a little bit more spread out and stuff, so they're not in a big bag that you kind of have to insta-kill, so you can kind of... But that also means that you sometimes need a little bit more in CC or survival, so that something like... having a PFE player, for instance. Although, especially in Summit, even with 4-man, there is a lot of purples and such around. So you kind of have to watch out for that. Purples and reds. So PFE can still be useful sometimes, but not always. But yeah, it kind of depends on kind of group cohesion and what directives you want as well. Because if you're going in with 10 directives, you're kind of locking yourself into really like hotshot at that point. The new item, the plan on adding in. Okay, I'm guessing I've missed some news or something, most likely, but yeah, no guess really, as I actually don't know it yet, but I'll go have a look in a second, maybe in the official Discord or something about it or such. Or maybe if you guys have a link to what is being talked about. Anyway, I'm just gonna walk all the way up to the middle of here. Now we're gonna introduce this build, and then I'm gonna do a thing, and then we're gonna go do the bounty. Let me put the summit part into here. I did have a bounty here, right here. Coming with the needles. I tried out Striker, but kind of too squishy and mostly group content, yeah. The thing is, you have to deal with the squishiness more so in what, having a foam eclipse, for instance, can be really powerful there. And them just kind of helping you through. The other thing you can do, and we used to do that with Legendary as well, is you can go. Although, well, it's just so much slower though. You can go turret drones just because you can just slow boat through it. It's just not fast enough though. But what we used to quite often do is have 2 full turret drones or turret drone hybrids as damage healers, and then actually 2 half healers, 1 FI, 1 high end. And half healers are basically, just as I say, half healers. So they have a turret and then they have a hive. A healing hive for one, a technician hive for the other. Buffing and healing, basically. It works well enough, but once you get with a decent team that, where you're running 3 strikers and a foam, or 3 strikers and a FI with healing, because that can, in Summit, that can work as well. It's so much faster. The other thing you can do is, something, if you're going for something a little bit more tanky, a PFE bulwark, especially with shield, bulwark pistol build, can work really well. Solo, that's what I used to run quite often in there, which was like a little bit of PFE, a little bit of a tech tank kind of setup with the bulwark and then pistol, but it was very slow in groups, especially. In solo, it had enough killing power to like kind of kill a little. Let's start this off. But also, Regulus builds can work in there well, but they're a little bit too situational, and especially with the, it's more if you want to go 10 directives. Indeed, I agreed with that, Drew Luck as well. Because having the damage dealers and 1 foamer is really the best way. You can basically go in with a lot of directives, usually 6 even, having cool skills in there as well, together with the pickup thing. But also, Headhunter Determined can work pretty good as well, actually. I would back in the day when I was doing a lot of Legendary Summit, that wasn't available, but because you could start off with a Nemesis on some enemy and then hit one with it should have more than enough to still one-shot a lot of things, especially with the M700 nowadays. Yeah, let's go into this. What do I want to talk about? I want to have that. I want to have secondary. Let's take the lefty, actually. Yeah, let's try getting a lefty in. We likely won't, but okay. Yeah, I guess I'll try that thing. Yeah. Yeah, sorry for not having an easy answer for you, but yeah, Legendary doesn't have easy answers, annoyingly. But that's the fun of it as well. It is actually a challenge. Take the global event and do it as well. And just use, for instance, this global event to make it a little bit easier. Especially with Reanimated, it was actually like pretty easy already in the past. With the new Reanimated, I'm going to guess, I heard Cairo doing a lot of Legendary, but yeah. Yes, let's do this part. And here we are setting up for bounty, not added yet. The things that I've changed about the build, we're taking out that Grupo again, this time with Bloodsucker. I've taken as well 2 blue cores. I kind of like having a few more blue cores with Bloodsucker because we need to keep it up. It is important to keep it up. Yeah, and for that you need some blue pills. No, blue cores, keep it up. I've taken, though, from here on out, we're grabbing the Scorpio at his max, plus 25 on the expertise. I'm pairing it here with the lefty. I'm going to try to sneak one in. For the rest of it is basically the same build, but yeah, we've added in a few blue cores just to keep it up. Here as well, I wanted to show, as quite often what you can do for some of the places, as we talked about with bounty cheesing. There is this zone, for instance, and there is one annoying place to do bounties, which is in this big open zone. And there's a much easier place here in this building. And one thing we can do is actually, I'm standing in the zone. That is annoying. And I'm going to pop the bounty with 2 heavies. That's nice. I already love it. And that bounty is going to go over there because it can't place it in this annoying area. So yeah, quite often what we do if we want a bounty cheese, for instance, this zone, we would capture this control point. We would do it in groups. You would need basically groups. Most of the team would run out of the building and out of the zone. One person would go over here and stand in this zone, forcing the game to put the bounty over there. And yeah, let's go to that bounty area and then we'll murder them over there. So that's the intro to that build, which is a cool 141. I didn't even think of that joke before I made it. It's a little risque, but you know, okay.
Hostile broadcast picked up.
Target near you.
I feel like blue pills and then the pills like slash through and then blue cores. kind of being a meme coming up. Oh yeah, that's it. Legendary is fun. Yep. Yeah, I said that. Legendary can be fun. Especially when you do it with 4 people and not so as a madman. As the maddest of men. Or Golden Ball, yeah. Yeah, you can as always as well just hold out for some of the much more powerful global events. The polarity switch is like when I did a ton of farming as well in there. Because once you get it going, it is very powerful. Feel like with the Bloodsucker variant, you can serve the bonus armor more time. Yeah, but I like having a few, like just to have the shield up with it. Because with the Adrenaline Rush version, I don't mind if I lose the bonus armor. With the Bloodsucker, if I lose it, the next skill is kind of hard to make. With Adrenaline Rush, it'll come back in 5 seconds.
Hostile broadcast detected.
But just has a little bit of variety as well, kind of thing. Let's murder this guy. Just. Is there one wave in front of it again? Yeah, okay. Yeah, because they've changed this. There used to be never a wave here. And yeah, we'll sneak all the way up to here. We'll have this build up and then we'll hit record and we'll go in. And yeah, we have arrived at our destination and our targets are waiting for us to be murdered politely. And one thing that I should do a lot here is try to keep my shield up and try to keep the bonus armor up. One thing you will notice already is we are keeping Intimidate up a lot better. And that will be through the entire fight here. I'm much better at keeping Intimidate going with Bloodsucker than I am with the Memento. The Memento, especially with the 4 red as we had it there. Not having to go over the pickups, basically, especially in Summit, really. Because out here, it is also a little bit easier to go through the enemies because there isn't that many elevation changes as there are in Summit, having to jump up or jump down. And here we're just pushing through it, and we have a ton of bonus armor. Bloodsucker works really well, just because it stacks up to 10 times as well. And there is actually some shenaniganery going on at the current time. If you stack it up to 10 once, the second time it goes to 20. It's a bit weird. And yeah, as well with this location, one reason I wanted to go to this location as well. As you maybe have noticed outside there was a wave outside. That if you do bounties in New York often, that may have seemed odd to you if you haven't done a bounty in this zone for a while. They have actually fixed up a lot of spawns as well. For instance, the back spawn there on the door that happened there, that never really used to happen here. So they have been doing some good work here. So all 3 bosses spawned all together. 2 of them are heavies. I already know that from earlier. I have shock rounds though. And let's go murder them. So I don't have bonus armor. The first thing I want to do is kill something like that, the purple. Then I'm gonna kill this one, and especially use the tools available to you. So for instance here, a shock. Although I'm going to go away. As I was trying to get that guy. But one thing as well, so bonus armor, for instance here, although I'm not doing a great job, you can, of course, trigger Bloodsucker by killing skill proxies. For instance, those 2. I'm gonna, although, nice of them to give me a 3rd one even as well. I'm gonna try and get a sledge going on this guy. His friend is very annoying. And not letting me just kill his friend. Because I'm, trying to get that backpack. That will remove their helmets. Although, well, after this animation, actually. I'm gonna heal up. We have the firewall medpack, which is very strong. If I kill this guy, it will actually disorient the other guy, of course. So I just need to get the kill in. But yeah, whenever Adrenaline Rush isn't up, or Intimidate isn't up, actually, it's the word that I'm looking for, we aren't doing much damage. When we do have Adrenaline Rush up, we do a lot more damage. Oh, Intimidate, again. We're doing a lot more damage. So it is a very fine balancing act, but not a hard one. We struggled a little bit through it, but that kind of shows this as well. Heavies, if you're picking on enemies that you can't kill as quickly as possible, especially for instance in missions solo, there aren't that many heavies, there aren't that many, named heavies like this floating around. It can be a lot easier. But yeah, let's take it actually into a mission in some group content as well, and we'll take the Adrenaline Rush, as I was mispronouncing Bloodsucker the whole time, into some of that. That was a slog of a fight, but it's fine. But yeah, we did a little bit of everything, killing some skill proxies as well to trigger Bloodsucker with, and even got a sledge going, but didn't make use of it. Let's go back to DC. Let's leave New York behind. It is a silly place. And yeah, those named heavies, they set you on fire really fast. It's super annoying. Taking away your ability to aim. Making it really hard to kill their backpacks. We haven't kept anything. let's go up here to introduce the build, and then that was a very short segment, but that's also fine. I don't want to do multiple bounties. I just wanted to show that bounty trick, and just kind of the bloodsucker for just a second, because he give me intimidate. Me and intimidate get along a lot better than or adrenaline rush. I feel my brain is a little bit like fried from that descent run as well. There was a lot of running gunning happening there. Take this M870. And yeah, let's take these blue cores off. And I do love the tinkering system. Let's pop these 2 caches. They're annoying me blinking like that. Yeah. Actually, that's faster, right? Speedrun tactics. That's closer. Wait, they took away the cell? When did they take away the cell? Because it even still says buy/cell. Because that thing used to have a cell tab as well.
Good to be seeing you.
That's weird. Do I want to change anything else? No. Let me catch up here. You have to show it perform when things get ugly as well. Yeah, that's kind of... That's usually as well, like, famously, my SMG one kind of... On one of the missions, I kind of sucked out, kind of. Well, we keep those in. Sometimes, like... Usually, it's more about, like, how I explained with the power and stuff of it. Sometimes some builds gel more with some people anyway, and that includes me. But here we'll take it into some missions, and I'll just play it hyper aggressive and just show it off, hopefully a little bit. And yeah, indeed, gotta love the tinkering. Likely we'll get an invaded mission. What are the invaded missions? I wouldn't mind Viewpoint. Grand Washington, actually Grand Washington also wouldn't be too bad. I can spawn camp one of the doors. Let's just yeah, let's do the build first, and then we'll do that. Yeah. Yeah. And we're going to take this build now. We have put a Adrenaline Rush, as I misspoke a dozen times earlier with it. Adrenaline Rush and Intimidate is my preferred variant. That's also why the build picture is set up with that. Here as well with full red, as it was before. Adrenaline Rush, of course, comes every 5 seconds and gives us some bonus armor as long as we are within range of the enemy. And I kind of enjoy that the best because we can have it going without getting a kill first. So for instance, also if we run into rogues or unnamed, or you get blown up sometimes, all of those things, 5 seconds later you have a chance again of having Intimidate going again. We're keeping that Grade 25 Scorpio. I've taken an M870 here with Pummel, also a very potent choice. And yeah, we're gonna go into some missions. I'm just gonna matchmake for one, and I'll catch you in the loading screen in a second. And matchmake. Oh no, not countdown. Random main mission, heroic.
You have
Where are we going?
invite to another agent's group.
Pathway. No, pathway is kind of nah, thank you. No thanks. Pathway will. I mean, I'm okay just grabbing a mission, but yeah, I'd rather have a DC mission. Something also not too long because we've gone pretty long already. This pathway is like at like 16 minutes, 18 minutes on heroic, and not for this build. I would basically, if I was on this build, I would pick something else if going into. That's the wrong place.
to another agent's group.
East Mall. Yeah. So we'll accept. And here I've accepted an invite from a player that was in East Mall. Likely that is going to be American History Museum with the invaded version, as this character has not done their invasion yet.
Safe area detected.
I might. What did it even say there? Okay. I joined, they left. Okay. Bye. I'll leave their current session. So we have this intro. Let's put this actually in this folder and delete this. Yeah, so yeah, we've already, yeah, it doesn't matter where I am, so let's random main mission heroic.
You have received an invite to another agent's group.
Federal Triangle, viewpoint. And here I've accepted an invite to Federal Triangle. That's going to be either Jefferson or Viewpoint. We are going to do Viewpoint invaded on heroic. But looks of it with no directives. I'll wait for my allies here. I'll give it a quick inspect. I always recommend doing this when going into a group. You kind of will know what your
Another agent is now in your group.
allies are running and kind of the power level of your allies. A bunch of strikers, although in weird setups. Also, there's a global event currently available in the SHT Exposed. I'm keeping that off, of course, because that alters everything. The perceptions of builds quite change with that. They're discussing if they want some directives. I'd be okay with any. Fog of War. That's fine. I'm also good without. One thing I want to do here is rush up ahead. So there is a drone coming in here. It is actually a Predator drone kind of looking thing. And it shoots off a missile, and its missiles are very, very, very fake. The explosion does not hurt or stagger. So you can kind of push through. I'm going to actually push through and kill this guy, staggering everybody else in there, buying us a few seconds for my allies to push in. And the thing you have to do with Hunter's Fury is be aggressive. I need to be within 10 meters. The shield actually in front of me is kind of showing that. But also I have my shield out for the damage bonus, of course. It has a pretty potent damage bonus component to it. And that makes it very, handy for that. My shield is 0 skill tiers, 0 tier. I have no blues, I have no yellows. It dies instantly the second somebody even looks at it funny. And she looked at it very funnily. And
System malfunctioning.
Melted it in a millisecond. But that's fine. When it goes, it goes. It is there as my damage buff.
System restored.
I'm gonna pop this key chest because I have 50 black dust keys, so might as well. We might get 100 resources out of it, or some other resources as well.
Secure the building and recover.
Yeah, I'm gonna get that chest back there as well. It's weird that this guy is getting this chest, but didn't grab the key chest. On we go. We'll grab the resources along the way. I'm curious to see if they've opened the secret door here. They haven't. We won't. Actually, I might do it for them. Actually, let's show that. If you haven't opened this door, you can also do it in the invaded version. Because in here, there's that yellow box. I shot it there. I'm actually going to go open this door. In non-invaded, there isn't a chest here. There's only some resources. But once it's opened once, either on invaded or normal, it's open for the rest of the time. So maybe next time they're doing a normal version of this mission, it'll be open for them. I'm gonna go down here, and one of the again nice things is even with Fog of War active, you will quite often see where enemies are spawning, and that can be very handy. So I'm expecting them to be kind of over there. They're not. This room is kind of random.
Vital signs critical.
And I will go down here. That's fine though. I saw that guy already going over there. I'm actually gonna go upstairs here and fight back from here.
An agent needs assistance.
Where's our friend? Oh,
An agent is no longer in your group.
okay. So they took the easy way out, and then took the easier way out. But the nice thing is, again, with the round rush, and I'm okay with being very aggressive with it. And sometimes you do die with it, but also it comes back pretty quickly. Kind of weird that my allies aren't actually, like, I feel close to 80% of the kills in that room were done by me. Why isn't he rezzing me up? I don't know. I'll follow that other guy's lead. Yeah, let's end the recording there. What are these guys doing that they, like, not literally...
Agent down.
The only kills that happened were my kills in that room that far. Like, only one mini tank got killed by someone else here. What? Like, if you told me those two were AFK, I would believe it. Because, I mean, they were badly set up, but also, like, they're still strikers. Oh, I don't know. Reload speed. Optimize the reload speed. Yeah, let's try again. I need either to recognize earlier that I don't have teammates, or I need to, like, play a little bit more as if I don't have teammates. Either or. Because if I play as if I have teammates and then, like, try to push around, then yeah, doesn't work out. Let's delete all evidence of that as I delete that file. Nobody will ever know that that happened. Oh wait, what? Who are you guys? How did you get in here? Yeah. Well, I keep going to countdown automatically. Let's leave them behind. Let's try again. Hey, viewpoint. As we are loading into viewpoint here, and we're at the start of it. Fragile armor and fog of war active. One of my allies is dead out there. Hey, what? Don't want to hive him out there, because if I did, I mean, well, I'm still gonna hive him with TDI card custom, but also I need my hive back right after, so we'll do it like that. Wait, how? Hive? Why you no get him? There we go. Because that's faster than doing it by hand. Could have just tossed it over the wall and gone again. Yeah. So, viewpoint. Where were we? Outside of it. That's where we were.
Secure the building and recover any.
And yeah, we're gonna push in with our allies as they're a little bit ahead of me. I've done the beginning parts of this mission earlier. So this key chest here will be looted, and one chest further as well. But we'll go and catch up to our allies and then see about murdering in here. So normally what I do as well when I load in, I'll look at the skills of my allies. I'll look at what their armor bars look like. And sometimes like this, I give them a quick inspect, kind of to know what I'm kind of supposed to be expecting damage-wise. Wait, where's the... Yeah, screw that.
You have
That was 3 horrible builds, one person's AFK. And let's try that again. Also, that like was a meaningless intro to that mission. Oh, I'll try again. No, not that.
you have received an invite to another agent's group.
And here we are loading into American History Museum, as I've accepted an invite from in there, so they're likely to be in there. Hopefully not too deep in, because I'm getting a double loading screen, which means they're likely past the first checkpoint. At the very least, as that's usually what happens when they go past the checkpoint. While you're loading, you'll get a second loading screen.
Safe area entered.
Where? Oh, that's weird. Is that the servers or something? Because it popped out the message, you're not allowed to join groups at the moment. Weird. Oh, yeah. At least we're getting instant Wall Street. Here I have accepted an invite to Wall Street. Hopefully they're not too deep in. Wall Street is a mission that at parts is a little bit longer range than this build is capable of. But let's take it there anyway, as it is a fun mission with a fun boss fight as well. And yeah, they're not too deep in. They're actually just a few rooms in. And there is the fourth person likely loading in as well with me. And yeah, we're gonna be aggressive. Now, personally, of course, if I had my way, I would be Eclipse here, and I would be eclipsing my way through here. But instead, we'll deal with them this way. And yeah, part of it is very much being aggressive. So I had that elite next to me, but I very much went for that red behind them because I knew I could kill them pretty quickly, and that would disorient everybody around me. So sometimes you have to think like that, like what is going to give me a disorient really quickly. I'm gonna grab this chest back here, especially chest I still always go for. We'll actually show most of the chest, and actually if we make it all the way to the end of the mission, which, you know, we should. Although, why is there mortar on the ground there? Also, I'm gonna give a quick mute to all of my allies, as I just hear some things in my ear. I'm gonna avoid going for these extra objectives too quickly. We'll see with my allies. I'm gonna assume that with one of us being, as I'm gonna guess, one of them is a mortar build, we won't have the killing power to quickly clear this out. You usually can do this with an Eclipse, where you quickly get the crates here before the second and third wave spawn. Might actually still be able to. Although, well, my allies aren't going for the other one, so it's fine. If you get all of these, you will skip one wave after the boss, at the very least. Anyway, one of my allies has a hive, the other one is getting the other one. Yeah.
Hostiles approaching.
And it's the hunter's mark there as well, again, just showing me exactly that enemies are going to spawn from that door. So I knew even before they ran out, there's two enemies in there. Here again, okay, no. That hunter mark is very powerful. Like, it is one of the great tools of the set. And yeah, I'm soloing a boss. I shouldn't do that. I'll just go around the outside, kill that one, come back in. He has the full debuff on her now. And while the Scorpio isn't, of course, a damage talent, it is very powerful. It is one of the strongest shotguns anyway. It is a 612 basically underneath it. That's the stats of it. It is basically without a damage talent. But, of course, it has that, it has the poison, it has the disorient, it has the shock. And especially on very heavily armored enemies like that boss, I actually did get the 7 shot. Because usually, if you get the shock, the next shot is going to apply the 20% debuff. And that 20% debuff is, of course, group-wide. It is very powerful. My allies are very weak, I feel. I do want to give a quick inspect as we get rogue agents. Normally, with rogue agents, I would swap to a PFE at this point. This guy's running Aegis, or trying to. This guy is running nothing, literally. And an explosive build, which is going to make this maybe an interesting fight. We'll take it anyway. But I'm going to wait for my allies to all be here together. I don't know why, though. They're taking their sweet time. And yeah, well, trigger this. So usually they spawn from the elevator here once somebody triggers the halfway point. Oh no, they spawn downstairs? Okay, no. It's basically a 50-50 between those 2 points. They come either from the elevator right behind you, or they come from there. I'm gonna close the range a little bit. I wish I actually still had my lefty equipped from earlier. I would actually... Although, well, one of my allies did get sledge up. And yeah, we'll go for the quick kill. I can do a lot of damage. As we saw, with the numbers, this can compete, especially once it has now, you know, a few kills up. It can compete pretty favorably with even the top-end builds in Striker. And of course, I don't need to stack, which makes my power, you know, once a Striker gets stacked, yeah, it's hard to beat, but before it stacks, the nice thing about Hunter's Fury, same with like Glass Rats, is their power is very much upfront. So the damage is very much upfront. We're skipping one chest. I'm not going to go all the way up there to that balcony and get that chest. But there is a chest up there. Seeing as this is going to be a longer mission. And yeah, that fight actually went perfectly fine in the end. A lot faster than the inspection of my allies led me to believe. So I'm actually curious. Oh, that guy went Foam Eclipse. Okay, that makes it a little bit tougher though, because I think they had a somewhat damaging build. I'm really the only damage dealer left in here that can really actually deal good damage. Because my other 2 allies won't. 2-piece Hunter's Fury doesn't. With 3 pieces Fenris. That's we can basically say that is not a build. And yeah, I need to actually watch it. I'm hoping this should hit the wall. Oh nope, it went in the doorway. That was well aimed by whoever is. Yeah.
Vital signs critical.
I need to slow myself down. I don't have a hive anymore. That is, yeah. Once my hive is gone. Because that was the last remaining point. When she does her voice line, that voice line means that, yeah, all 3 other points were destroyed. So yeah, I kind of wanted to push out. And usually here, it's better to push on the right side than the left side. I know a lot of people go on the left side. I never really understood why. Because you can actually shoot the front one and the left one from the front. And then you can go up the right side and shoot the right side and the back one from that side. You can't shoot them as well from the left side. Honestly.
You might be able to gain access from the scaffolding across.
And yeah, my hive is still on cooldown. I should slow it down a little, and I'll slow it down just a little. But I know I can kind of push it up to here. These guys are reds, they'll die. And the only directive here is Fog of War. But that's kind of mitigated, at least in dangerous ways with the mark. I'm actually going to leave that enemy like that, and I'm going to push in, because I know they will spawn either from this door on the left or that door all the way in the back, in the right, and I can kind of catch them in here. I'd be curious to see at the end of this mission how we stack up against each other. Well, with a lot of mission types, especially True Sons and Outcast, famously, you can't trust the damage numbers. Especially with the New York factions, you can somewhat. I want to take these flame rats for later. I'll use them as my CCing tool, but yeah, I get the feeling that when I'm not shooting at something, it doesn't really quickly there. Waiting for my allies a little. I'm going to be aggressive again. 10 meters. I need to be in 10 meters. In Heroic, they don't spawn from this door on the left here. That's just something you have to know. And yeah, there's a... Is there a heavy in there? There's a heavy in there. We'll use that gal to disorient him. The backpack goes away. The backpack, when you destroy the backpack on those guys, they can no longer use their nail gun. That is what that does. And yeah, by just being here again as well, I know there's this many people inside of this door. That's super handy. Like there's... of course, I'm the only one that sees those marks, so it's not like my teammates will benefit from that, but for myself, you know, vision is one of the most important things. I shot that a yellow box up there as well in the middle, shooting everybody else, and that has opened up this door back here, which I'll go loot. And especially what you want to do here is not rush in. And because of that, I'm gonna rush up to the front, so I'm at the front. I want to be one of the first people into here. This room is very dangerous because when people do stuff like this guy, you got to push through. You can't sit on that side. You'll be killed by the snipers on top. You need to kind of be up here. But what you need to do actually is wait for your team. But we can't expect that from random groups, and that's fine. That's just something, you know. When we're talking about random groups versus coordinated groups, that's part of it. I want those things coming down already. And yeah, these guys are outside of my range, both for Intimidate and Hunter's Fury and, you know, Adrenaline Rush and stuff like that. So yeah, it's horrendous. There's one weapon crate on the right here. I'm gonna go get that. And we only have the wave before the boss fight and then the boss fight. And we can't have rogues here because we've already had rogues. They're on a cooldown now of half an hour at the very least. From when we completed the encounter, they go on a cooldown half hour. And yeah, well, hopefully these guys will wait. If he's gonna go in solo, I'm gonna... There is no reason ever to go in like that. Just wait for your team, go in all together, especially with this. This is actually a dangerous wave. This is all elites. There's a bunch of heavies usually with this. They're covered by a few lieutenants, so usually there's at least 2 lieutenants. This time, well, now Ragers is gone, so there was likely only 1. But yeah, usually 2 heavies as well that are Ragered, and yeah, there's... Luckily though, especially if I can make it 1 versus 1 against the heavy, 3 shots will disorient him, the 5th shot will give, the 6th shot will give shock, and then I'll get a debuff on him. Once that first wave is gone, it's a little bit easier. The other waves are not elites. And again, I'm going for the middle target, disorienting the rest. I'm gonna sit up here-ish. What you want to do with this fight is actually spread out. Is to be not all on the same side. Normally here as well, if we had a fire eclipse instead of that foam eclipse, we could consider that guy going after the extra waves that spawns here. So one of these areas will, yeah, so over there. I'm gonna go deal with this because I'm expecting my allies not to. One of the areas will change lighting briefly before this wave spawns. And yeah, these are the ads of this fight.
Serious trauma detected.
And I'll go deal with them. Normally you want the Eclipse to go deal with them. But yeah, you can't expect that for that. So you should have no expectations. I play it basically as if I'm solo and I have 3 decoys. And off goes Dragov. We got his suit recently, so yeah. We don't need you anymore, Dragov. We'll deconstruct all this. So there is this yellow box up there. I'm going to shoot that. There is this yellow box up there. I'm gonna shoot that. That opens the cage that had a key in it and a chest when we were coming in. I am kind of curious as to the effect here. And then, yeah, I joined in a room late as well. And yeah, sometimes you gotta carry. And I didn't even play that well, but they helped out at least a little bit with with the rogues, because yeah, if that sledge didn't happen to them and they weren't foamed, it would have actually been a much harder fight. But also, yeah, it would have been a much easier fight if I had good teammates. We're gonna open that. We're gonna shoot that one. We're gonna come over here and the other guy shot that one. We have 4 crates in here, which all scale, so well worth getting. And this is one of the reasons why some missions are well worth doing, actually, for some loot, especially if the targeted is what you're after. Because that's not all of it. A lot of people leave after this. They think they are done. They've gotten all of the loot that is scaled. That's not the case. There is another 5 crates. 5 crates outside, yeah. Let's go get them as well, as we'll show that as to end this off. As I see my ally over there going for at least one of them, I feel. As one is here with exit, 4 are outside. All of these as well, always scaled. So now, of course, open world loot scales as well. But these ones, yeah, still are here. And you might as well get them. I always do. Because there's these 4 here, and then there's also a key chest over here. There, the key chest actually, well, now again, key chests don't scale with the open world anymore now as well. But also, it used to scale, it doesn't anymore, so basically it doesn't scale. So chest up here, and we'll open this up.
Another agent has been promoted to group leader.
And we'll shoot that yellow thing in there. Another 2 here. And as always, there's a lot of fighting happening outside here. But yeah, we'll get these 2 and then get the key chest, and then we'll head towards our conclusion. I'm just not gonna bother fighting with these people. I have one sole intention here, which is to get this, and then we'll go back here. And yeah, we saw here the Intimidate variant with Adrenaline Rush, full red, in a mission. It wasn't really at home, but you can make it work, especially, of course. Let's take it to the conclusion where I'll give some of my final thoughts. Okay. That was a slog. Okay, yeah, I'm looking again at the stats. Jesus Christ. How does that even happen? I mean, easily is the answer. Goodbye, dude. I would say GG, but was that GG? Yeah, let me catch up on a lot of chatter here because, of course, I was very focused on that.
Safe area detected.
Oh yeah, I wanted to see how long it is. It is 16 minutes. Yeah, it's fine though. We showed the loot at the end as well and stuff, and we talked about a bunch of mechanics. How long is it totally? Wait, what? Oh. It is 117? No, what? That can't be. Did I double load a file? Wait, get down to PLC. Why are you like this always? Why are you loading that file first? Yeah. Just do that, sort by name then. 41. What is this then? 3. Sub bounty. 1 minute there and 16 here. How does that become 1 hour 17? What was that? Why aren't you playing it? So that's 33. Okay, yeah. Oh, that makes sense. Oh, yeah. That's fine though. It'll be, yeah. There's 2 long segments in it, but they were good. Let me catch up on this chat because I'm way too far behind. Matchmaking talent, yeah. I don't remember. Well, 20 minutes late, but we got there. Do I have any tips for XP grinding? Open world with as many directives at a high difficulty as you can. So doing just open world activities is usually the best. 5 directives preferably. Let me actually bring up this and let's catch up on chat. Are you determined on this APC? Bugs out the game? Oh, no. I usually don't run determined in groups or in missions, really. So, what does it do? Does it kill the enemy inside? Because technically there's an enemy inside of it. I wouldn't mind trying it out, actually. Purchase shot into and the APC has no head. Bugs out the game and the gates won't open. Ah, okay. Oh, but does it just kill the APC then underneath it? That's interesting. Yeah, might be a good bug for... I should mess about with it. Determined can break the game in many places. But luckily it's mostly in like mission triggers and stuff where you usually can avoid it. Jumping into random heroic legendary groups recently to spice things up a bit. Listen to your talk through has really made me laugh. Yeah, I mean, well, that was kind of how that felt. There was actually one other guy doing okay-ish damage, but they were the group leader. They were in from the start. I joined 2 rooms late and I beat them by 50%. That shouldn't happen. That shit, especially on this build. Like I was on a striker. Oh, yeah. Let me catch on this side up as well. This is the definition of toxic behavior. Let me get when will someone find the best hunter or the last hunter mask? We'll see. I feel those guys are kind of busy with it. The secrets guys. Does it hunter killer versus Sokolov versus with intimidate to do the same base damage? Versus Sokolov with intimidate. Digit for digit. Only difference was in crits by 2. Damage. Was that with Cheska piece as the other piece in there? It would be interesting that they're so close to each other. Kind of depends also on grading and stuff, of course, because that goes into what else is lack of humility. Okay, I'm gonna enjoy this likely, just to blow off some steam. It's a PvE game. You have 1,000 hours in the game. Of course, you're gonna outperform. Yeah, but there is still, those guys were not level 0. They were pretty high up in there. Actually, what were their levels? And if you think I was, because that was a 4.9k, a 2.7k, and a 7.7k. All of them made horrendous decisions. And it's okay to call that out, because maybe they'll learn from it, or others will learn from it, and they go like, I'm running shit builds, maybe I shouldn't. And also, I didn't go that hard. I didn't call them idiots. I didn't call them names. I didn't call them what an absolute lack of humanity about them, because guess what? You're being toxic as well. Have you thought about that? And also, I recommend you just stop watching. Have fun. Bye. With a name like Rusty McRusterson as well. Like, you have a meme name to begin with. Like, you're gonna call me toxic. Enjoy the rest of your existence. Jessica's backpack. Yeah, it's funny that they land up that close to each other. Then that's yeah. There are often places, because same as actually, for instance, with perfect closer versus Fenris with closer without grading, they basically exactly land on the same multiplier at 140, going like 140 with Fenris on a high-end red or strikers or whatever, just the land on the same numbers together. Yeah, let's take this to the conclusion. I don't want to go all the way back. Maybe I do. And let's just take it to Haven. Actually, no, let's go here by the entrance of Wall Street. Let's go. Isn't there that? Oh, it's raining. Maybe not. I was thinking of going upstairs here and facing this way. But maybe not with the rain. Oh, hi. What are you doing in this mission? This is a Riker mission. What are you doing in here? You're a cleaner. This is Rikers. I was thinking of doing it up here, but with the rain, it's not that great. Nah, let's then take it to Haven. Yeah, let's just do it at Haven in front of Birdie. As the ending point. So yeah.
Agent, I don't know who you can trust. Things with Roy and Paul have been tense since Faye died.
Get up, Manny.
I know Kelso feels responsible.
I haven't opened up
She
this
gave you
hunter-killer chest.
Even though I won't be on the ground with you, I'm gonna stay in your ear for this one.
I'll just have the hunter masks behind us there. That's fine enough. Did I end that one with my... Yeah, with my loadout up, yeah. That's what I really want. And it's popped out. So we have that. Next video is MMRs. Yeah, let's do that. Let's finish this off, because yeah, we're getting late as well with the amount of bad matchmaking lineups we had. Some even just failures. Yeah, let's finish this off. Am I? Let's do that. Just in case it wants to quit while we're doing that. Let's swap the battery. Don't remember at what time I did the last one. So. Oh, did the descent rotation reset? Actually, not yet, right? Half an hour? Yeah. Oh, I always forget. It's at 1, right? Let's just at least mark that. Yeah, let's go with this. And let's head to a conclusion of this way too long video. But I hope it was worth it, and you learned at least a few new things about Hunter's Fury with shotguns, and especially now with Intimidate changes. This is well worth running. I am loving it quite again, as well as you can play a very aggressive build with this, with Scorpio, especially with that damage to targets out of cover as its third stat. It has become very strong. The Intimidate changes have helped it have a chest talent again. And all of that together means that you can run a full red striker quite easily and get away with it, where with other weapons you might not, with the Scorpio being your survivability in this build. And yeah, you can pump out very high numbers, But more than that, to me, it is quite enjoyable. It is very run and gunny. It is very much trying to just run into the middle of the pack and trying to come out on the other end alive and a little bloody. And that's quite enjoyable. It is much more so than trying to play it safe with strikers all the way in the back sometimes. It is a very aggressive build, and not only is it an aggressive build, it needs you to be aggressive. And I would definitely recommend trying it out now again with Intimidate, with its changes. Especially the Adrenaline Rush version is my preferred variant, as it ends up having the best uptime, I feel, out of all of the talents. Just because you do get chip damaged going into enemies. It is a very good solo build, always has been Hunter's Fury, and does compete very favorably with SMG variants of Hunter's Fury and Tech Tanks for me, as I keep gravitating towards grabbing this sometimes. And even though I'll die more with this than a Tech Tank, I'll have more fun sometimes as well. Although, sometimes you just want to survive, so there is that. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed this way too long video. My next video is going to be the MMR comparisons, as we'll put that one together in the coming days, and it'll be up pretty soon, as we'll go into what MMRs to pick for any of the builds, especially the bolt actions for hotshots, especially for Headhunter hotshots. As yeah, there's been quite a shakeup there as well. I'll give a spoiler warning that the SR1 is my pick, especially, and the Model 700 is the highest damage. But we'll go a little bit more in depth than that. And then in the future as well, we'll go actually going into rifles, as they have changed up as well. Then a few things and stuffs on the horizon. So that to come. And yeah, if you like this video, please help out by doing all of the engagement things to let our algorithm overlords know that you know, it's worth it, maybe. And yes, as always, I will end this off by wishing you to have a good night. That felt weird. Why did I stumble like that on have a good night? I want to actually do that again because that was very rambly. My brain is kind of going, and that was way too long. That was 3 minutes. I can do that in 2. I can do that in 2. I went all over the place with that. Nice video. May prefer 1 or 2 blues. Shield seems to break when playing randoms. Yeah, I was running it earlier with 2 blues or Memento. That's actually my preferred thing as well. Although with groups, yeah. So with this, I do like it fine enough without any, just because yeah, the survivability is in the Scorpio basically. But yeah, when I play this and someone gives me a massive headache. Okay. What you could try, if you haven't used that setting, there's a setting for FOV. Some people are, yeah, kind of depends. The FOV setting can help with headaches, so you could try. It's somewhere in gameplay, I think. If you still have it installed, is it in gameplay? I think it's in gameplay. This one, additional field of view. If it's set low, turning it all the way up. For me as well, personally, especially on the 27 inchers that I'm looking at, I kind of need that additional FOV. Otherwise, yeah, I kind of Division 1 has that where I get ice strained, especially. So I guess a replacement should be sending. I'm just saying, yeah. How dare they get out of the wall? If you compare the SSG level and the really close one. Yeah. Also, SSG level means nothing. That's what it's mean. Yeah. Also, playtime means nothing. That guy just wanted to bitch, and I bitched back at him. Hopefully, he heard it. This is what Fenris with closer. What about group up with closer? Well, there is, of course, a point where they'll overlap exactly. But the Fenris one was kind of cool because it just was like exactly at 140. It was basically the same with closer or with Fenris as the spotter. So Fenris with normal spotter versus at 140 versus perfect spotter with just, it's brand bonus. I always remember that one because I was like, wait, these are the exact same numbers. How does this happen? And I was just looking in the cal, but then like if you put the multipliers together, it kind of makes sense suddenly. But that's of course at grade 0. I'm with grade 25 now. That's no longer the case. If you have power making choices that you, so what would you do for improving the game? Fix a lot of the wording stuff. That would help a lot already. Something's very simple, but yeah, game design and stuff. Yeah, I could sit here and give ideas for hours, but also that's the thing usually with that. Ideas are fun and nice and stuff. Implementing stuff is, a simple idea might take 1,000 hours of engineers to implement. So I'm already kind of happy with a lot of the stability and stuff that they need to just get stability even better, especially Countdown. That's like the last big breaker still, right? And just fix all of the miswordings. Here again, like Intimidate. Like they just changed this. Why does it say each stack increases weapon damage? This should be amplifies weapon damage. Stuff like that. Just if the wording is correct in the game, a lot of people would have a lot easier time with the game. Wait, what? When? Full Red Striker is not free? When? Did I just at some point call this build a striker or something? Wouldn't surprise me. Going back to this with Banshee, great. Okay. Yeah, it's funny that they line up that perfectly then. But then both will be beaten by Grupo then, because the Sokolov was already getting beaten by, or was beating the perfect. Was it? I've forgotten now already. But yeah, Cheska Grupo in any case beat everything else. That's why I went with that one. Yeah. Although it wouldn't for Sokolov, of course. For SMGs, it wouldn't because the crit chance, crit damage balance is completely different there. Yeah, let's do this conclusion so we can end this here. Let's go back. I'm on the right scene. I am on the run scene. First thing I would change is increase the stash. I mean, well, yeah. So I may have an unpopular opinion about the stash. I feel it is already big enough. Honestly, the thing with the stash is that it's also dangerous. 300 is already quite big. What they need to do is what they've kind of done already is implement ways, because the thing you should do with the stash is the new gear and stuff, you don't need it all. Just keep what you actually need is the answer there. And going through 300 items already takes quite a while. Cleaning out the stash is a thing that a lot of people quit over. Not like in the 50% or anything, like, but a small percentage of people will go like, screw this. I don't want to deal with the stash. I'm bye. And if you make it even bigger, that's a bigger, like the bigger, it's kind of like having a very big house. It's very nice. It's nice having a mansion as long as you don't have to clean it yourself. But also, yeah, they've said that they're not going to increase the stash space anymore. And there is a technical reason for it as well, as the data that stash like represents and needs to transfer every time it gets activated is kind of at the limit with the way they've implemented the items. So what they technically could do if they wanted to is change the way that like the item database of the game works, because it's way too complex. But that, of course, means rewriting a whole swath of the game. And yeah, just like crossplay, that is so dangerous that they're like, we're not even touching that. We'll leave it for later. Because honestly, if I can make it with a stash of 300, I feel anybody should be able to. And I'm keeping like 170. Like my stash is pretty full, but I'm keeping one of each every weapon. And I'm doing it at least for a purpose where I'm using them for the burst and sustain tables. But yeah. Because yeah, cleaning up a stash of 600, because you'll just toss them in there. You'll use whatever inventory is available there. But then having to clean a stash of 600, Yeah, that's a daunting task. Basically, yeah. It's kind of like in Skyrim. What I usually do with Skyrim runs is I set my inventory limit to just unlimited, basically, and just pick up everything and just not care at that point about it. But then also, I don't clean up my inventory ever and just deal with it that way. Yeah, let's conclusion. We need to conclude. Let's conclude this video. And to conclude this video, Hunter's Fury with shotguns is alive and back, as for a long time, as I said at the start as well, shotguns just didn't have a good talent to go with them. Stuff like Obliterate, of course, won't work with them well. You could go double companion as I tried, or for instance, Spotter worked decently well, but of course you're going to have the Scorpio. And especially having the Scorpio now again, and having a Detox Scorpio, getting basically 7-ish% extra damage out of the Scorpio, because going from that crit damage third stat to this Detox is quite the increase. In this variant, especially with Adrenaline Rush Intimidate all red and getting our survivability basically completely from the Scorpio, and that shield is basically non-existent there just for its damage bonus. This build I quite enjoy. It is very powerful, it is very run and gunny, and as you saw with the gameplay, it can be very powerful. You'll go down here and there. That's just part of the package. That's the price you pay for being a run and gun build. But as long as you don't die twice in a row, you have a 1-up here, you're well off to use it, and then just slow it down whenever it's away. And you can get pretty good results out of this. I can totally recommend this build. That is also why it is totally on the recommended build list now, as SMG Hunter's Fury was already on there. I've added in this shotgun variant into there now as well. It comes highly recommended and well worth a try. So yeah, if you enjoyed this video and want to help out, I would very much appreciate any engagement things to let our algorithm overlords know that you may like me or my videos. My next video is going to be on the MMRs and how they stack up now versus each other. I'll give a spoiler warning that the SR1 is going to be my general recommendation, and the Model 700 is going to be the highest damage, but it comes with some, caveats that make me recommend the SR1, basically. As we'll go into some of those numbers, it won't be burst and sustain numbers, of course, because that doesn't make sense for those kind of weapons. We're going to compare them on hotshot for their first shot, their second shot, and then their capped shot, and see how high they go for different gradings and different variants of those weapons. And that will be then followed up by likely things and stuff, and we'll afterwards go into some rifles. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed, and hope you join me as I'm often streaming on both YouTube and Twitch nowadays. As for instance as well, this entire build showcase was recorded live on there. And the last thing that is left is, of course, lastly, for me to wish you to have a good night. Still awkward, that ending. But it's fine. That's fine. I'm fine with that. That was less rambly, I feel, than the other one. It's about the same length anyway, so I didn't cut it down. That is 1 hour 20 minutes then? It is. How does that make sense? Yeah, no, actually that makes sense. That's fine. If yeah. Thinking of maybe if I really feel it's too long, I might redo the summit segment, but I'll just do that on my own time. Let's bring back up this. Let me catch up on some of the rest here. On each character to under 130. Yeah, kind of around the same try to keep it basically, well, I have all the loadouts in my characters and all of the exotics I try to keep, and then the rest just goes into the stash. My stash is kind of full, but yeah, most of it is basically 200 weapons. And a bunch of them are going to get taken out pretty soon for going on to builds. But also, yeah, in the end, it will still be 170 weapons or so, because just keeping one of each variant of the weapons just to check whenever they make changes. So, because gear-wise, you just have to be, you know, willing to toss a lot. And also, one thing that has helped a lot for me personally is going and getting all of the descent blueprints, because yeah, for instance, Devil's Dues or something, I was keeping one in the stash just for if I needed one. That has been replaced by this blueprint, and if I need one, I'll just craft one and just, you know, for testing purposes. Same for Matador, same for like Hollow Man masks and like extra sacrifices and stuff like that. So getting these blueprints helps a lot. Chain killers, I don't have any chain killers or closers in my stash anymore, just because I'll craft them if I need them. And yet, can't wait for the MMR video. Yeah, well, likely already start making the spreadsheet for it tomorrow. But mostly, we're just gonna I'm just gonna put them on build at grade 25 and just shoot, and then just take the number from in-game, be the lazy way, and we'll just compare the 1-shot, the 2-shot, and the 3-shot as they go. Because I'm kind of curious as well how, especially the SR1 kind of stacks up against the White Death, and also how much of a drop is it, especially from like the SR1 to the other weapons, to the Model 700 and stuff. Because a lot of people seem to think that the Model 700s are because they hear the Model 700, like the big one, but then they go like, oh, so the M700 Carbon and the M700 Tactical have to be good as well. But I think they're actually very far behind. So, because yeah, it's very much just these big Model 700s that really got the big buff, or well, that have their buff high enough. But yeah, the Model 700 Carbon and the M700 Carbon and the M700 Tactical, like, they don't seem that good. And yeah, I just want to see how far behind are they, because also if it's not that far behind, it's also like, okay, pick whatever you want. Try the SR1 if you really still like the M700 Carbon, sure, fine, bye. But
hey, want to make a trade?
I measured M7 or MB7. Okay, so we did all that. What do I want to do? Let's actually yeah, let's go back over here. Kind of thinking of like, what do I even want to do? Oh, actually, let's do that. Yeah, that's a good idea. I want to run around at the Palisade zone a little bit more. So I'll likely do that. With SHD Exposed, I didn't get to play much of it today yet. Yeah, let's put this Scorpio back before I forget. I'm gonna grab this Striker Tech Tank and just go roam that zone with just a few directives. And get a feel for. Actually, no. You know what? I'm gonna grab Eclipse, and I'm gonna just jump into a few matchmade missions. I don't want to see how SHG Exposed is in group now. Like how the drop off of it is. And for that, I'm just gonna grab her with her Fire Eclipse and put a sledge on there. Let me catch up to some of this before I jump in. Actually, I have a sip as well, but I'm thirsty. Indeed. Fix it in post, you know. Yeah, could you make me not die? That time that I died, could you make that disappear?
You have received
I'm not even gonna look where we're going. I'm just gonna accept and go. Global event was on, right? I don't think I turned it
We're gonna
off
have to do
with
this
her.
room by room. We have zero intel on how they're set up on site.
Yeah, that's the directives of my world. There's no directives active
Out of
here.
there is your main
Good job,
objective.
Hammer.
But there are a few high priority targets we want you to neutralize. Their codenames are Puck, Roadblock, and Carver.
That's weird for to have third drone and then have that much armor. That's weird. Because that's 2 blue cores, right? That looks like 2 blue cores. But, oh yeah, SHD is exposing. And I'm gonna. This guy knows as well.
vital signs critical.
Don't kill me, Madam Sniper.
Confirming that Puck is down. Good work.
Hey, Puck, don't puck me. You know what? Wait, where's the flag there? Let's see if we can make this work.
Picking up some encrypted chatter in your vicinity. Assume they know you're coming.
Hey, I set something on fire.
Charge exposed.
My charge is exposed. My charge is transferred.
Charge transfer.
Wow, that is that. They've added a lot of range to that. That is very rangeful. I'll go get this key chest. Hopefully my ally doesn't insta run in, except he really wants to. Kind of curious what my allies are in a second, but we'll see. At the very least, they are a little bit too aggressive because just get set up first, man. There's no need to instantly send your drone to fight. That was weirdly delayed. Mr. Heavy, could you shoot anybody but me?
Roadblock has been neutralized. One priority target remaining.
Yes. Targeted loot is Cavalier. You know, I recently totally forgot about Cavalier. Somebody was going like, there is 3 tank builds, and I was like, wait, what's the... We have Aegis, we have Foundry, what? Totally forgot about Cavalier. I was like, wait, do you mean like True Patriot? Are you counting that as a tank build? Because that's a buff build more. Like, oh no, Cavalier. Oh, right. That's when you know that a build really... Although, well, yeah, we have 3, yeah. Why do we have 3 things? It does fill up quickly, but it does fall away quickly as well.
There's movement on the roof.
That's actually
They
thing.
just sent multiple squads.
And yeah, there doesn't seem to be anything keeping it on you. That's not great. Neither is that. Rigor. Oh, they have a ninja. Wait, what does that... At the cost of a backpack talent, though? Because what does that even get you? Is that skill efficiency, the damage here, the status effect here, and the skill tier here? Huh. But at the loss of a backpack talent. Yeah, that doesn't work out. Yeah, we'll get toilet loot. Toilet loot. Still best loot. Yeah, my charge is compromised. Compromised? My charge is compromised. Daddy, my charge is compromised.
Resistance.
I'm lisping for some reason, apparently. That's cool, kid. Well done. Your charge is compromised. Good. Good for you. Because we're making an entire lore here. Yeah, that healing box doesn't need to die. There's nobody in it. The guy that set it down is all the way down there. We're much better off killing him. Charge does fall away still. Although it builds up so fast that, yeah, if you play it smart, you can totally get this too. Trigger often. And it is quite the damage buff. Which LMG would you use for strikers? Especially the RPK, just because it also doesn't need per se gunner and it's very strong. But for me personally, that's only with fast hands really. Otherwise, the MG5 with a crit chance third stat. So not the infantry MG5, but the normal MG5, weirdly enough. L86 with fast hands is okay as well, but doesn't get enough stacks on the fast hands for me regularly. Okay, you do retain between. They didn't get the special loot.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Ah! Guy! It's trying to get past him and... Oh, wait, what? That dude is still alive. Trying to get past him to cover, but... Of course, that didn't work out.
Looks like they're taking up defensive positions around a mobile command post topside.
If they've got a command station, you should...
And yeah, the blueprints are truly a godsend, at least for me. Because I was still keeping some items for testing. I usually don't keep names just around for, but... Especially the harder ones to get. Like if you need the devil dude to just test something with you know, perfect clutch. Like, yeah, that would be hard to get normally, but now that has been replaced. Same for like with Hollow Man and stuff like that. That has opened up a lot of inventory space for me. Push button? Why nobody push button?
Initiated.
Oh yeah, and like I quite recently discovered that this is here. I don't know how I have never seen that there before. Because that's super handy. Because you can just do that. For instance. Those guys are gonna spawn in. I'm gonna send the fire cam as well.
Complete. Agent charge compromised.
Hopefully one of my allies. Actually, will this reach? Well, that's not great. Let's go for this reaches. Oh.
Charge transfer.
Wow, that's so far. That makes it a lot more viable. Because one of the downsides was always it didn't reach. And now it does.
50% complete.
Anyway, just for that pulsing, it's already really great now. But also, yeah, it is overtuned again. Just don't overtune like this. Keep some challenge in there.
75%.
At least this one requires you to do something. There is that. Like, and yeah. The next waves spawn at 0. I'm gonna set up here. I'm gonna toss a fire grenade there, a fire grenade here, a fire grenade at this door, catching all of the waves, and then even one over there. And I'm gonna start at 5, especially one for the boss, one up there, one up there, even one up there. I'm hoping my allies quickly kill
Agent charge.
that. I'm gonna quiver to quiver.
Charge transfer initiated.
It's all 3 priority targets down for the count.
Everything melted. Instantly. Because there were 2 waves there. They all died to my fire as well. My fire was taking for like 800k or something there.
Roger that. Agent, you're gonna have your hands full.
Is that too expensive? That's too expensive, right? I'm gonna share it with my allies. Maybe one of them wants it. That's too expensive for me. There's a new vendor, by the way. Is it worth to visit them? So he'll be available tomorrow, again this week. It's kind of worth it if you have a lot of textiles saved up. He sells exotic caches and field proficiency caches that roll max stat at items quite often. Not always, but often. For credits, together with some resource things as well. But as well worth checking out. It's basically the same way as getting to Cassie. So if you're already familiar with that, it's that. Because basically shows up as another when you get snitch, instead of one vendor being marked, it marks 2 vendors. They're in different positions so far. And yeah, you just go to him and yeah, he has an inventory. And we don't know exactly if his because he has had 2 different inventories. He had one on Wednesday and Friday, basically the same inventory for those 2. And then he had a different one on Sunday, basically. So the Sunday, Monday. Let me give these guys a GG as well. That was pretty painless. We're gonna leave them behind. But yeah, his currency he has a limited stock as well, which is interesting. So you can't just spend all your textiles in one go.
Hostile broadcast picked up.
I was gonna share this with them. I'll just toss it.
Control point nearby.
That's too expensive. At least for me. And it works decently well now in group, especially for the Eclipse player. Like if the Eclipse player is good, you can make SHD Express. Because the Eclipse player also, like when the fire is going, I'm free to do the cover to cover without like losing firing time. So okay, this for me. Yeah, no worries, Spamakin. Thanks for poking in. And likely already left, but thank you for hanging. Guessing randoms builds is fast becoming part of the game. Yeah, kind of have the same often, like, or trying to make kind of sense of some weird things, or like trying to find the cohesion, what they're going for. It's kind of funny sometimes. That's perfectly fine for just matchmaking and like,
Download complete.
especially DZ missions.
Just
like,
download it and see
who
what you can
cares?
make of it. Continue your sweep.
And we can carry a lot, especially with this glow level.
Near as we can tell, Black Tusk.
Ooh, this whole room, because this whole room as well. One cover to cover can cover this entire room.
Another agent has joined your group.
I mean, basically any room. Like that thing reached out so far.
This must be the last of them. Take them down, Agent.
Tried going for the direct impact, didn't. I actually sent the second one there already. But yeah, basically once somebody gets going with that.
You're gonna bleed out right here.
Agent charge compromised.
Chopper for now, right? Wait, the boss just melted without me even like seeing. Now realize that the boss is already gone. Like, wait, these are the waves after the boss. How does this happen? Is it? Now that door opens and that wave happens.
Area secure. Good work.
There we go. That was an easy clear. Out of curiosity. Yeah. That's Grips. Yeah, and this Fury, although, yeah. Famas, though? Famas is weird in there.
Your group.
As a secondary, maybe, for when they... which Gear said, which is regarded as S tier for me, future initiative. Eclipse and Striker are the ones. A tier would be Hunter's Fury to Patriot online. Online directive? Ongoing directive? Online. Took me a second there. The rest well, I wouldn't put Throw Patriot as B tier. or A tier even. I would yeah. B-ish at best. Let's see. Yeah, if we were gonna do that, actually, wait. Let's then do it right. We'll go here. We'll do this. Let's say A tier, B tier, B tier, S tier. Negotiator definitely belongs in S tier. Tip of the Spear like D tier at this current time. Aces like B tier. Foundry is A tier for its like raid capabilities, S tier for future, S tier for strikers, S tier for Eclipse, Hunter's Fury, A tier, yeah, A tier, D tier for Rigger, A tier for Heartbreaker, because even though Heartbreaker, a lot of people like, it's not that far behind strikers, honestly, so. Basically, whenever strikers, if strikers ever gets a nerf, that's the next top one. Umbra is like B tier. Hotshot is S tier. Hotshot is also S tier, actually. Yeah. X-Zero is B tier. Cavalier is like B tier as well, all together with Aegis. So, there. We got them all. That's True Patriot, yeah, the buff is just isn't good enough. Ongoing, I would put higher than that. I would put Negotiator S tier, yeah. It's like the lowest S. It's like it's either above everything in A and below the things in S. Like it is, like, you know. It's the ass. It's the ass tier, AS tier, ass tier. Yeah, but yeah, no, Negotiator is very much up there. What is my best Negotiator build? Well, for instance, the one in the build showcase. But yeah, I even have there's a Negotiator. Is it that? No. Maybe I haven't made a command for it yet. Let me just go and link it myself. Yeah. I thought that command... This one. So that's the Negotiator recommended folder. And basically, yeah, that's the order I recommend them in. But yeah, Negotiator, especially damage-wise, can situationally be very much S tier. It can compete very much with Strikers. It has a lot more hassle than Strikers to make it do it. Because yeah, I would put it as one of the lower S tiers, but it's still, yeah, S tier. Because it needs to be above Hunters and stuff, honestly. Yes. Wait, don't I have a command for that one? I should totally, because that should totally have a command. Let me, sorry guys, I'm just briefly checking. Is it something else than that? It should be stay. Okay, no, it should be. Oh no, no, yeah, I need to add that in. There are no commands with N. Yeah, let's matchmake a few more. I'm likely just gonna matchmake a few more, and that'll be it for me for this evening.
You have received.
I won't actually look where we're heading. We'll keep it a surprise.
Encrypted signal source detected.
That sounds promising.
Only if the team's good.
Black Tusk comms.
4 directives is why I'm going.
Look for a terminal that you
That
can
guy's good.
into.
That guy is. Oh,
We need to retrieve the antivirals before Black Tusk can move them
that
somewhere.
is okay.
Head down into the sinkhole and locate the maintenance pump room.
It's only one good.
That should get you inside the perimeter once you detonate them.
Especially the boss room is gonna suck with the skill tissues. I'm gonna take my leave of absence there. Because I would have to run around and pick up for the disrupt that I need a few times in that boss room.
You have left the group.
4 directives is a bit much. Actually, I should totally turn off my own directives because I keep coming back to my own world and running out of ammo instantly. Having my ammo disappear. Although actually not this time, weirdly. What happened there? That's weird. So that watching you play. Oh, thank you very much. As yeah, Eclipse is my jam, very much so. So I feel very comfortable on that build, especially on missions. I've done them way too many times with Eclipse. So I enjoy it as well still. Especially I haven't done it in a few days, so it's good to be back.
We need to prevent
Yeah, this mission I'm perfectly fine with that,
So
with 4
start by
directives.
disabling any operational trains you
For
find.
that pistol arrow.
Can't let those munitions be distributed. You saw what they did to the castle.
Yay. Let's see. Oh wow, it builds up so fast. That's so nice. Although, well, I mean, it's nice, but also it's a little bit much. But at least this still has a mechanic. Like, this still has a mechanic or that you kind of have to do. More so than, for instance, yeah, Golden Bullet or even Reanimated, where you just shoot high and just murder everything. So. All of that tearing. Well, thank you. And hey there, Alex. I'll go with that. Do you recommend perfect creeping death for Eclipse on heroic missions? Not really for heroic missions. Mostly, her perfect creeping death is really, to me, is for foam. And I don't like foam on heroic, really. Mostly because just, yeah, fire can do it so much better. I feel.
Another agent.
Fire can consistently get the kills. It basically frees up a lot of the team as well, because nobody needs to go after red enemies. If I'm with good players, what they will usually do is not even shoot at red enemies. What they will do is just only the elites and the purples will survive. They'll know that. I mean, they'll still, you know, just accidentally shoot at it just to keep shooting, but most of the reds are going to die to my fire. And then what remains is mostly the purples, elites, heavy, stuff like that. And they're smart. They'll murder those especially. I'm going to go get this chest in the meantime. I'm going to leave that heavy for my ally.
Operational train.
Leave them something to do.
Agent, find a way to put that train out of commission.
But yeah, for foam, definitely. Perfect creeping dead is really nice. But for fire, not so much.
Son of a bitch. There's no direct route from
I
your
want these
position.
crossbows.
You'll have to divert through the hotel and into the mall.
Actually, I had many already. Never mind. That's fine. Did somebody pop this ammo? No, I want it. Oh, there is actually, I'm going directly with the
Hostile
team, so
radio intercepted.
that's completely useless and wasted
Munitions.
my
We
time
gotta
there.
secure the ordnance.
Negative. The subway's compromised.
Then find another way.
This guy's doing the wiggles.
Waste them.
Agent charge compromised.
We spread it with some melee there. Actually, I want these pickups. I want this pickup as well. This guy saw me get one chest. He's now like, I'm gonna follow you everywhere. That's actually, sometimes that kind of stuff happens. That's kind of funny, actually. Yeah, definitely well worth trying. And also, if you kind of want to, yeah, have a, you know, how to figure out how to play it, basically, or see it in action.
Trauma detected.
Yeah, I have a build showcase with for negotiator and just the general setups, not so much legendary setups or anything for it. Get some separation and that.
Charge transfer activated. Agent charge.
It's kind of funny. You have to kind of expect when that charge transfer will happen because instantly everything will die. I'm gonna go get that chest back there. And yeah, there's actually a focus one in there for legendaries as well, so you can grab that one. 4 legendaries. That's what I cleared my solo legendaries with. Because where's that guy? I'm hoping my allies just kill that lady. I'm sending my fire cam to there. When she dies, that wave spawns.
There's an elevator that should take you to the mall.
A little bit of lag. Can I hit this right away? My hive is gonna cover this door, because this door's kind of dangerous. My fire is gonna cover those two.
Hostile forces incoming.
Cover to cover going.
Compromised.
There we go. Enjoy.
Activated charge transfer.
And yeah, the Eclipse gets a lot of aggro from enemies. Always does, like with SHD exposed. But yeah. Here it's extra. Extra fast to get it also. So. Actually, if you have a good Eclipse player in the team with this, yeah. This is Eclipse's global event now, basically. I'll open this, I'll wait for my allies. No, just check you don't. Oh, a command for it? Yeah, I'll add it in. I thought I added it in with when we added in the build,
Contaminated
like
area.
the folder, but apparently didn't.
C62 toxic detected. Contamination level lethal.
What the hell? These readings are insane. They must have a lab nearby for weaponizing this shit. Make sure you put it out of operation.
Charge compromised.
Whee!
Charge transfer activated.
Feel we're kind of murdering these guys a little too much. You know what? I'm kind of actually enjoying this new, but also yeah, it will get old way too fast because that damage increase is a lot. It's way too much. But it's almost like
Agent charge.
doing league runs, but then just on heroic.
Charge transfer activated.
Because I'm maxed out already again. There you go. It used to take so long in the past. That's gonna kill that entire wave in one cam. Absolutely will.
Excellent. I'll send in a team to dismantle the rest of that crap once you've cleared the site.
Okay, that's kind of what I want out of a global event. Is just you have to do something. There are some downsides. There is, well, they've taken down the downsides quite a bit because the incoming damage really isn't noticeable at all anymore. It is there. It's obviously there, but it's not a high amount anymore. Get this going.
Immediate medical charge compromised.
Let's transfer this.
Charge transfer.
Okay. Come on, run.
Charge transfer initiated.
Just instantly falling. Nice. Gamada. And especially in missions where it's a little bit controlled like this, it's actually very powerful. You know what? I've used a few of these. Let's grab one. No ammo, of course. Yeah. You see this fuss? It's priceless. Now it's many pricelesses.
Contaminated area.
If one part is priceless, if it's priceless in one part, how many, like, how much more worth is infinite?
Agent charge.
That's how that works, right? You just... Or also always just like, it's priceless. Wait, what's the price then? No, dude, it's... I just told you, it's priceless. No, but, like, if I wanted to buy it, how much would it... Cover to cover is in my future. You.
Charge transfer activated.
I have a sledge going. That was the weirdest cover to cover ever.
Don't let Wilson get away.
Don't worry, we won't. Yeah. Wait. Damn it, Wilson. Wait, how are you still alive? Wait, how bad is my team's damage? As a third round? Wait, where? Okay, that's fine then. It's fine. Oh yeah, Petro. That's not that bad. Yeah, Striker probably couldn't stack up there.
No more
Kind of funny that the one enemy that isn't getting the debuff, which is the name, the names basically don't get a, like, barely any debuff.
Just reported in to confirm the survivors from the castle
That
settlement
guy stayed alive
safely reached the rooftop settlement.
for a
No
while.
one doing what happened to them, but at least you've made sure it won't happen to anyone else.
Yeah. I'm gonna give these guys a GG
No longer in your group.
and a goodbye. Difference in exposed now. Yeah, all of the global events, with the exception of Golden Bullet, have had something done to them at the very least. There is the patch notes for it. It was in like the, well, actually the full patch notes. But that was the daily, of course. We got an optimization cache. Oh, I should totally do that mission then. That mission over and over again. Then, well, not over, but like on different like. Because that's super easy. Because yeah, this now also gives an optimization cache, meaning that it's giving 1 SHD plus like 3. Because I do keep running out of those. And I'll keep on going with some random matchmaking. I'm kind of liking it actually. Although trying to min-max out my eclipsing basically, because I'm kind of in a role to get the CC out first, get the fire going, start the fire, and then from that point it's trying to do the cover to cover or the melee. It's kind of fun actually.
You have received an invite to another.
And even though it's a little bit OP, it's still okay. Just because of the nature of SHD exposed always. Just elites and stuff get debuffed less, so there are still challenging points, which can actually be dangerous with like weak teams because.
You're coming up on Dragov's outer perimeter. Remember.
Was this for the daily actually? No,
But
this
if you
was
find a
for the
supply
weekly.
depot, raid it. Denying
You know what?
Dragov
We'll do
that
it.
stockpile will also do
Oh man, this is gonna be so much nicer for me at least, doing this mission on Eclipse rather than
No matter how much we want Drago,
rather than on a. That Thunder Sphere build, as I said, like definitely not bad, but it's also definitely not for this mission. This mission is kind of mid-rangey at parts. What did I even get? Oh, that's good.
Critical.
Yeah, there again, I kind of went for that gal in the back because I knew if they died, they would spread it. Now, let's not risk this.
Intercepted.
I hear gunfire.
Somebody has
Area by Bravo
tamper
is
proof.
under attack. It's the
They're proofing themselves from tampering.
CPC, do not let them raise
Luckily, it's not tinker proof. I'm running tinker proof. Wait, I can't tinker anymore. Where's my... I kind of want to see what my allies are. 2 of them are clan, actually, I think, right? No, okay, no. I looked for a second there. So that's a third drone with that. That's just some weirdness. And yeah, that's fine. Wait, SMG Heartbreaker? That seems a little bit weird. Well, at least they had the Sokolov Intimidate chest.
Agent down.
And Intimidate for Heartbreaker doesn't make sense at all, so. The chest is much better, basically. I'm gonna push up. I should be fine
Charge
here.
compromised.
We'll get carried by the global event. It's fine. Worst case, I'll go striker myself and do the damage part. Because, yeah, the boss fight is gonna suck a little. And I should be fine. That third drone and that Heartbreaker should have enough damage to kind of go through Dragov. Indeed. It's priceless. The natives we stole it from didn't state a price, so it's priceless.
Duchess, I need you to see to it personally.
on it.
Get that stockpile, Agent. Everything you take.
Man,
from
it's
them is something
instant.
they can't say.
Charge
I have that like already. I just set like 2 people on fire. I get it already? We have a second one to go. Nice.
Hostiles
I
approaching.
just direct impact her. He died from the from the fire. Okay, that is a issue I don't often have on heroic. That red died from the explosion of my fire because she had the debuff on her.
Hostiles approaching.
Which is
Charge transfer.
my fire is sticking for 790k on the because of also the sledge.
Hostiles incoming.
So that's twice a second on every enemy. Well, that was with sledge, but let's say I'll help out there. And yeah, we could have totally gotten the one wave earlier, but that's fine with that. Where am I going? Oh,
Hostiles. Charge compromised.
I'm expecting this guy to rush because he's been doing that the whole time anyway.
From Duchess.
You want to wait for your team. You don't want to go in solo.
They killed Duchess?
All he's really doing is scattering these enemies a little bit, more so than they need to be scattered. Especially this is going to be an all elite wave. And I have no idea what he thinks he will do against that heavy.
Charge compromised.
Wait, both people are running tamper-proof? There's two of them? So yeah, tamper-proof, most popular talent 2024.
Hostile forces incoming.
Here, it spawns downstairs first. I'm gonna try cover at the right time. There we go.
Charge transfer activated.
That worked.
Hostiles nearby.
Let's get that going. Anyway, I didn't get this crate during the run we did for the showcase, but that's fine. I'll get it now as recompense.
Charge exposed.
Take a second longer.
Activated charge transfer.
That is too fast for me to register. I'm a fire starter. Straightened fire start. Straight up fire starter. I'm not twisted, you know. I'm just straight up fire starter.
Take your time. You don't need to rush.
Straightened fire starter. Exactly. Yeah, that's the next thing they're gonna add. We're gonna add gems to our. Yeah, this guy wants to go in. Have fun. Hey, now I go in. It's weird how that works.
Charge compromised.
I want to push up that right side, especially. I'm gonna actually do a crossbow here. Hoping to get his chest, maybe. I should actually be focusing on the enemies, but my allies aren't focusing on the heavy, so I'll do it. I'll do it myself. Let's get one of these.
Activated charge transfer.
kind of also a disco effect going on. Like with the continuous. Put a hive here. This is the most likely place for them to spawn. They either spawn here or there. So. Let's get a melee swap.
Shade signature exposed to melee.
Are my allies ever going to kill this this thing?
Agent charge compromised.
Oh wait, this thing's still alive.
Medical assistance needed.
Maybe a little bit dead. Wait, what's alive on it then? The front's alive? No. No, that can't be right. That doesn't happen. That doesn't happen on a heroic group. Come on. How does that even happen? Like, I have an excuse. I'm like the build that isn't supposed to be dealing with that thing. I was doing my job, which is, you know, murdering everything that wasn't that. Also, I forgot this chest as well. And I didn't even say that I missed it, so... I'm gonna bet half of the comments are gonna be about that. You missed that chest! I know. I know. It's fine. I was trying to bounce it actually off of my friendly there. I missed. That was the intent. I'm gonna just run ahead. These guys should have that one purple. And the reason for that is that I can have this entire wave as long as somebody doesn't rush in.
But it looks like it's
Is that the door? That's my cam.
You might be
No,
able to gain
rushing.
access from the scaffolding across
You
the
can rush it if you... Yeah. Come on. Goodbye.
Charge compromised. Charge transfer activated.
Blow this shit! Let's fuck them up!
Let's get a sledge on the heavy. Although I should know that he was not on that side. But yeah. Disco party! Funny thing is, literally, if I wasn't here, he would be dead every single time. He keeps running in, getting hits really hard, going to Healthgate, and it's just that the fire is, like, literally saving him.
This is what you deserve!
Wait, also, wasn't he the... He's not even the build I think he is. Okay, I thought there was this... what? What? It's fine. It's fine. That was the Heartbreaker. I assume, like, why is he rushing in there like that the whole time? I'm okay with these guys rushing if they want to. Wait, this is the one place they don't rush? Sure. I'm okay with that. Oh, I was too early.
Charge compromised. Activated charge transfer.
Fresh one. Let's go. Don't punch me.
Going down for good!
Charge compromised. Exposed to melee.
I'm gonna go get the loot, but that guy dropped some loot as well. Hopefully my allies don't rush in right away. Although, what am I expecting? Why would I expect that? It's fine. The big show. What's the name of this? Oh, so I'm running Eclipse right now. I'm getting into it pretty late. Better late than never. I'm gonna guess somebody maybe already said it. If you go to EP is gonna be. Is it?
Division's heading towards the exchange. Hold them off. I'll strap up and deal with this personally.
Yeah, it is.
Look,
So
you're with me.
I'll link to EP. That is the Eclipse recommended folder with several layouts that you can put Eclipse in. I'm running the number 1.1, like the number 1 thing on there, which is just the Eclipse as Eclipse with fire and but also this is acting a lot more powerful now because there's the global event on and it works really well for me. Although I'm doing my best as well to make it happen, so it's not just happening, I'm making it happen. But yeah, Fire Eclipse. And if you're interested, on my YouTube channel, that is like linked down below as well, you can find the masterclass and the build showcase for Fire Eclipse if you want to try it out. And it's well worth trying. I like it a lot.
Charge compromised. Activated charge transfer.
Nail gun versus crossbow. Crossbow wins, maybe? Question mark? Not yet. Maybe in a second. Let's get another charge off me. And I should totally try to get some fire going on some of these guys and spread that out, but I'm kind of... I shouldn't be the one fighting the heavy, actually, but nobody else is either, so... I should be the one going after all of the small things. Basically, I am that one song, the all the small things. That's me. That's my job. I left her a fire cam by the stairs. Surprises me that she burned to death. Say it ain't so. I will set you on fire. And then I'll go and do a cover to cover. That worked out. Na. Yeah, let's not.
It's time. The division's reign of terror ends here and now.
I feel that should be the theme song of Eclipse. So here again as well, these heavies are not my thing. I'm gonna look around, see where. So they're gonna spawn here, I think. Yeah. Right?
Minigun power
No.
restored.
So these guys are my primary target. I think.
An agent needs assistance.
This guy just doesn't want to be alive.
Activated charge transfer.
I'll go get All I really want to do is make sure there's a status effect on these guys at all times, giving my allies the status effect damage bonus thingy.
Minigun power
I
restored.
misjudged where this wave was going to spawn. But that's fine. And again, cover to cover. Actually, I lost my charge last second. He'll be dead eventually. Any day now.
Rogue agent deceased.
I have enough ACREs. And yeah, let's go get all of our loot again. Don't know why I grabbed those bleed rounds. Force of habit. But kind of curious about this. Yeah. SHD exposed applying to skills is very powerful, turns out. Although, wait, even with the heavies? How does that happen, though? Right. When you have triple stars, you know you've done okay. Because with Outcast missions and True Sons missions, you really shouldn't like trust the damage numbers. They are very easy to bug out, especially with Outcast, especially with True Sons. But on Rikers, on Cleaners, you can kind of trust it. The only downside is it doesn't show, it shows damage, but for instance, a lot of my damage as well is like on heavies. I've set heavy on fire, they're burning for those ticks. That doesn't really matter because it's like it's hitting all of their parts at once and it's not really being useful in that way. So there's a lot of, you know, stuff like that. Shotguns and try Tinker, then select shotguns. Get the blind if you think all guns disappear. Huh. I didn't run into that, but also no, I don't want to do it. Yeah, there's some bugs with the tinkering on the Trello board, I feel, as well, with something similar. I remember reading them, but I don't remember the exact thing of it. So hopefully, yeah, it is a known bug. Beginning of the day, seems like there should be kind of Gandalf character screaming, "You shall come." Yeah. Yeah, it's the guy with the yellow. Like, actually, what was, I mean, well, his chest talent is tamper-proof. That's what his chest talent was, because that's what he was having.
An agent has left your group.
Wait, I didn't even catch this. It's 3-piece Honey U for that 10 weapon damage here. You know, that you could just get from Fenris. And it isn't 3-piece Empress for the skill efficiency. Didn't even catch that. But yeah, I feel his tamper-proof didn't save him much. Because tamper-proof isn't a bad idea, but it just comes at such a high cost.
Fuckers.
Ouch! I might die here.
Agent
I should have caught him with the fire. Maybe my ally will get it. Also, I'll just crawl to him. Oh, okay.
Agent killed.
Well, we'll just... Ah, no, he's getting me. I want that key chest! There's a key chest there. I want it. I want it. Thank you. Damn it. It's Death Pulse. Where is it? Bye.
They got nowhere to go.
Agent charge compromised.
There's more?
Activated charge transfer.
Hey, 511. Yay. Just want this. That's all I want. Doesn't scale, but sometimes you get 100. I'm gonna give these guys a GG-ish. Indeed. 6 yellow tank build. 6 yellow spank build.
Detected.
Thanks for the stream, Alvin and Jay. Thanks for it. Spending so much time explaining what is happening when helpful. Instead of yeah, and thanks for joining, Paladin. And enjoy your night. I will likely as well not be going too much further. I'm kind of enjoying SHD Exposed, actually, but mostly because I'm trying to just min-max and try to... But yeah, it is very overtuned now. Like, it's making stuff too easy, but I'll like it for a few days, likely. Let's do one more matchmake, just one more, and that'll likely be my last one. And
Invite to another agent's
we'll actually see what mission West End. So Federal triangle. Federal triangle. Bunker. Federal triangle square. Hexadecimal. Hexadrome.
Supply drop detected.
Surprise drop detected. Where are you going? Oh, where are we? Nah, I don't wanna. Where are we going for the surprise drop?
Hostiles detected.
I want to deal with Black Thunder surprise drop. I never liked the surprise in these Kinder eggs anyway. And one of the nice things is, if he did the cover to cover at any point. There's Daisy. Hey there, Daisy. I'm out of ammo on that, of course. But yeah, there's a disrupt component to that pulse effect, so that does for a second pulse them.
Claimed. Incoming hostiles detected.
Hey there, Daisy. Hey, Alex. Man, this guy's still going? Is he still running the same thing? I'm curious. Wait, where? What?
Agent down.
Where did he even die?
Detecting additional hostile
Oh,
contacts.
This is...
Immediate medical
What?
assistance needed.
That's group member starting the mission there. Yeah. Because that doesn't care about if you've been hit recently. Just use that to get to safety. I'm curious, is this guy still running a build setup for long range?
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Also, I don't want to just leave him.
Claimed. All crates are now empty. Supplies dropped successfully.
We dropped the surprise. Also, the annoying thing is, yeah, the skill tissues are active, so I need to actually go and get these pickups to fix that for myself. I'm curious though, just before he maybe disappears. Still set up like that, yeah, 22 crit chance. Because, you know, you'll always have the option of getting the coyote at long range. That is always a given. You can always do that. Luckily, he's only 26k, so maybe he has still stand. 28k? No, 29k. That's a 9. That's not a 6.
Charge compromised.
Okay, I need all these pickups. I'm curious, because he had the pestilence. Nope, still damaged armor. Why would you make it crit chance? It's fine. Let's shoot that down. I'm being a dick. That's Hey, that guy. Wait, that guy is... No, it's 300. I thought it was 3k. I thought because he got one of the cosmetics out of there. But like, has he literally never opened up those?
I need to find out what happened to the team that went to try to repair the main shade node. The federal shelter should be beneath your current...
Is it better to have health damage over armor damage? If you do you mean for LMGs or do you mean just in general? In general, DTA is better. But for instance, it's the values that matter as well. Because for instance, ARs do have a better bonus. It isn't because they are DTH. It is because they are 21% DTH. Like, that's a lot.
Charge exposed.
And I'm gonna do a cover to cover.
Charge transfer. Activated.
But in general, I would say armor, it kind of depends as well. If you're solo or in groups, the ratio kind of changes between between armor and health. Because solo, you have a bunch more reds, you don't have as many elites. If you're in a group, you'll have a lot more elites, you'll have a lot more purples. Just because the game doesn't add more enemies per player added, it just adds into the, you know, it bumps up a bunch of enemies in veterancy because yeah, it doesn't like having a dozen enemies that it needs to AI for. But then even on weapons as the third stat, DTA is 6%, DTH is 10%, so sometimes DTH makes some more sense. For LMGs especially though, actually if that's the question, if it was in reference to when I was inspecting that LMG, rate of fire and crit chance are the ways to go. Preferably crit chance if you can't make it fit in the build as a third stat, because they already have DTOC of course. If you can't make that, I'm not sure what that fire is, but we'll do that.
Transfer initiated.
So I was about to go through it and likely get myself killed.
Charge transfer initiated.
The murder. Okay. Yeah, a little bit OP, SHD exposed. Everything's dead. I can't cover to cover because everything's dead. Do need a few of these pickups. Okay, yeah, then, yeah. For LMG, yeah. Crit chance if you can, but there are plenty of places where you can't. Like Negotiator, for instance. Or Umbra, if you want to mess about with that. And then, yeah, Rate of Fire, because Rate of Fire actually still beats out really both those. Unless you are really fighting something which has a lot of DT or like health. More so like Razorback or something. But as a general use, yeah, crit chance preferably, and then Rate of Fire, if not that.
Connection established.
Hello? Can you hear me? This is Manny Ortega with the division.
Manny, thank God. It's Maya. I'm all that's left on our team. We couldn't get the note back online. I salvaged some equipment that...
Because it's funny that, yeah, LMGs are the... Them having DTOC, it's funny that they're, yeah, we need to have a whole discussion about them basically to make choices where, you know... It would be nice if that was the case for all weapons, at all times. And they fixed up. So I'm actually fragile armor broken there. That's why my health isn't at full. Let's take that off. Because I'm likely to get one more. Okay, next one is the elite. They didn't blow it up. It's actually kind of nice. That guy. I could not have been closer to that. Yeah, the back of that guy's head caught the...
Agent down.
No idea what that guy was thinking was gonna happen there because I saw that coming from a mile away. I'll wait for this guy to be rest. He threw his flames at the wrong goal. Well, I mean, well, luckily for him, the next wave will spawn in time. Also, did he not notice there's a fire eclipse in the team? Like, everything's gonna be on fire. Don't worry about it. There's no need for those flame grenades. Not that they get in my way anyway, because fire, you can override fire. A stronger fire overrides a weaker fire, and no, that can't make that happen. Close that one up. We got the crate over there. That guy is really in a hurry.
That bitch can't hide forever.
Actually, no, he didn't. Did he engage the room? Yeah, he did engage the room. Everything scattered
Assistance.
is super annoying for me, because I could get them all together.
Charge compromised.
We'll just do this instead.
Charge transfer activated.
It's fine.
I think I'm
You okay, dude?
but please hurry.
Having one of those days. We've all been there,
Try
right?
to stay calm.
We've all been there. I've had those. You get tilted, and then everything starts going tilty. Tilty McTilterson. Luckily for him, he's with three agents carrying him, helping him out. So when the hugger wasn't going for the behind the door, yeah. Maybe this one run. This is the run.
Extreme heat surge. Sprinkler system detected.
If you can trigger the sprinklers, they should be able to put out the flames.
All the elite huggers with the pumped up kids better with the pumped up kicks better run. Outrun my hug. Maybe he just wanted to feel the warmth of a hug once more. He just... I was trying to angle it there. Jolly hello to you. I hope you're rocking into night like a 30 anyway. Well, that is exactly how I'm rocking it. Exactly. I have no idea what that is. Actually, no, I do know what that is. Actually, it's a revolver. Yeah, we're gonna rock out with our cylinder out. With our, you know, where you put the ammo, that cylinder. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna let somebody else talk to Maya. Do I have a emote ready? Wait, I don't have Haka. Wait, that's weird. We'll just smooth that.
I'm safe for now, but I don't.
That is important, of course. We need to have a emote
I don't know what I
ready.
did to make them so mad. You
For
have to
those
stop
that
them.
don't know the tradition here.
It's not safe.
What?
Agent charge.
That is so fast, by the way, the way you get your charge.
Activated charge transfer.
Like, that speed increase is humongous. I know, we're just gonna... Let's see. Hey there, big boy! Let's dance. Woo! That's tradition. That always has to happen. Says yeah. Maya doesn't know what she did to piss them off. I know what I did to piss them off. I know why they're that pissed off. See, and every time you did that dance, as we have proven there, once again, you always get an exotic. It's guaranteed. Hard-coded into the game. It's 100%. It works 2% of the time, every time.
Charge exposed.
Oh, also, I need to go pick up a few of these because I'm actually out of fire chems. Yes. That is the directive that is on. I'm still accidentally helping. Did we reach this point? No. Okay. That heavy still. I'm gonna ledge him up. We're gonna do that. I'm gonna let my allies deal with the boss. That's their problem. My problem is the ads.
Charge transfer initiated.
Hey, Maya. I think he's gonna talk to them. And I'm gonna pull the switch. There we go. Trying to pick up that turret.
Recovered. We can restore the Shade network across the entire country.
Yeah. That's a good one to end it on.
Maya,
That was fun.
and retrieve the fallen for a proper burial.
Hey, a nemesis.
An agent is no longer in your group.
You know what? I'm not sure this guy... Oh wait, where did he go?
An agent has left your group.
Oh. Wait, where did this guy go? Oh, nah. Just jumping over there and starting the mission right away. I'm not gonna jump over there. Get on down. We're close to the weirdest glitch. Yeah. I have a feeling that and this is the this is why you can't trust it during outcast missions. This means that this guy did like 2 billion damage. If you can imagine, on a heroic mission there isn't 2 billion damage to be had. But yeah, weak points hitting weak points is why that bugs out a lot. And outcasts do that a lot. True Sons do that a lot as well, with especially the backpack of the LMGs. But yeah, Hyena missions, Black Dusk missions, Riker's missions, and Cleaner missions, you can trust it a little bit more, but also still, like,
Here to check something out?
kinda depends on if everybody's on the same rule set, because, you know,
Thanks for your business.
if people are like shooting mini tanks just to kill them and get some extra damage, their combat, and that, like, you know, we used to call that stat padding. As if they're gonna despawn, just let them despawn. But yeah, that's gonna be it for me. I'm actually just gonna see how many stars I have. $62 so far. So I don't really look at these challenges until the last day. But just to, oh yeah, some melee transfers. SHG Exposed at some point also has bounties, so we'll do some bounty cheesing on day 3 or forward. So that's gonna likely happen. But yeah, I'm gonna end it there. We did a bunch of stuff. Finally got a build showcase done again. Took a while. Took some time, but that was fun. It's a little bit long, but it's also, I feel, pretty good. Or good enough, especially for what it is. I'm gonna stitch that one together tomorrow, and likely it'll go up in the late afternoonish after I timestamp everything and such. I'm briefly going to check who is available for some raiding. And I see a few names, but also I think I already know. Unless they're, yeah, no, they are indeed. We're gonna go raid Cali Cowboy, as they've often done to me as well. We'll send one back their way. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Likely not in the afternoon. I've been doing a lot of afternoon streams, but yeah, tomorrow I likely can't. I need to get some work done. So, and yeah, by the looks of things as well, I'll be missing Sunday. Is that the 3rd? Yeah, the 3rd of March. I'll likely miss because I'll be working then. Maybe even as well the 1st, but that looks like unsure. That's likely not. Kind of depends if somebody gets better. But yeah, definitely Sunday I'll miss as it looks now. So yeah, thanks everybody for joining me. I'm going to start the raids on the Twitch end. And as always, you YouTube peoples, I can't do anything to you guys. So you guys are just you guys are just free to go and do your things and live your best lives. And I will hopefully catch you at some point. Yeah. Where does that sentence go otherwise? And yeah, on the Twitch end, I'm trying to find where on the one end, I like the new interface for raiding, but on the other hand, it doesn't have the people I follow at the top. Oh no, okay, you can click that for following. Okay, there we go. That's better. As yeah. Gonna send everybody over to Cali, and I hope you guys enjoy, and I'll be back tomorrow evening. So enjoy, and as always, I am waiting for that timer to run down to say, as always, as sometimes, maybe always though. As always, have a good night.